There we go. Okay, I'm actually all set up now.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. They do have a matching relic. We're near a fissure. The Oricon Neural Sentry is attempting to purge it from this place. Stand by for life support. Defeat the corrupted and use their reactant to open a relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant.
Get a little snapshotting here. Even though I was already at full combo on Exalted Blade, which is surprising. Didn't expect for it to already be full.
This would be an excellent place to deploy it. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Oh, here's a good room. Maybe in 10 more years, yeah. I think it's doable. And what I've been trying to do is sort of think of ways to do that, because what's really dumb is the moderators on the Warframe forums are so hyper-aggressive in stamping down anything related, potentially, even tangentially, to Excalibur Prime, that you can't even talk about base Umbra without it being keyholed into a discussion about Excalibur Prime. That's how ridiculous this is. So I think I have a few videos discussing this. I think just in general, making sure we're consistent on how this should be done, I think is important. And yeah, I think that's sort of the synopsis of that. I still think buffing base Excalibur, I've looked at the... There's some really interesting stuff when you talk about the difference in stats between normal Warframes and their superior versions. I use that because that includes Umbra in the context, even... Especially if you're talking about on the forums. You want to talk about base Excalibur, not bringing in Excalibur Prime at all. You don't even want to use the plural counterparts. FYI, you can't even use the plural counterparts to talk about Excalibur's superior counterparts without a moderator shutting it down. For that single S is all it took. So something to strongly consider. I think trying to provide everyone with a simplified version of how to fix this. Buffing base Excalibur and or making Umbra obtainable of duplicates. Fixing his sentience, whether that's just adding a toggle, letting us ignore it. Luckily, this build is entirely viable on Umbra without any compromise. I'm running Power Drift on this. I just uploaded a build video of this. We're gonna demonstrate some fun things here. And then I was probably gonna swap into a Parita Rebellion mission. Yeah. Yeah, you do definitely have to be careful with in-game chat in this game. I turned off regional and all those other chats. It's just not worth it. It takes up space from your ability to be able to see like whispers and stuff. So I'm going to do something cool right here, which is both of these ghosts. I just hit them both for 10 million using Seismic Slam. So this guy here, using Unaru. Didn't even use Operator. So I wasn't intending on spending a bunch of time in this mission. Just thought I'd hop into this real quick to get some gameplay rolling. I was going to hop into the Parita, even though I already have all of them and can probably buy 2 more of the Taran Strikes if they ever added them. Yeah. You basically, with Excalibur, you need Warrior or Furious Javelin to make his Radio Javelin useful outside of some very fringe and very ridiculous builds. You can actually... You can actually get Furious Javelin to do Steel Path viable damage. It's kind of stupid, but I have a video showcasing that. It's one of my Mythbusters. Like, is Radio Javelin useless or something is what I named it. But the, yeah, Radio Blind is the easy subsume slot. I'm pretty sure in every single one of my build variations, I've subsumed off Radio Blind because it's a little redundant with Javelin. Like, Radio Javelin does Radio Blind's job generally better. Like here, subsumed off 2. I think the only one, actually even my test one doesn't even run it. It runs Bright Bonnet. And then that's also on Umbra. Subsumed off is 2 on, I think, every single one except for the test, because I was actually doing some testing with Radio Howl on this right here. Just a good example, I think. And even on base Excalibur, I subsume off. Yeah, there you go. I have a test build on him to be able to test Radio Blind. Yeah, it's every single variation of Excalibur, I have subsumed off Blind, his 2, because it is quite useless. What happens when you run out of mod config on Excalibur Prime? Well, you have to replace them. Like, I can't add any more, which is a problem with Excalibur, because I can't just get another Excalibur Prime, and I can't just get another Umbra. So it's like, you're kind of screwed, and that's kind of the root of the Excalibur problem. Like, if you had to really simplify the Excalibur problem, he is the only Warframe his superior version of him, obtainable superior version, you cannot get duplicates of, and has fundamental bugs in it that make it a compromise. Like, you think, outside of the weird Mesa bugs, there was no reason for you to ever run a non-prime version of a Warframe that has a prime counterpart, except for Excalibur, because you can't get the Prime variation. Even the Prime variation here is limited, where I can't get multiple versions of the Prime version of Excalibur. No one obviously can, and you can't even get duplicates of Umbra, and Umbra is a compromise where sometimes you're better off running base Excalibur. It's the only Warframe in the game that has this problem. Yeah, this is an argument I've made before. Making Radio Javelin's augment, Furious Javelin, this effect baseline for swords. So for the things that are buffed by his passive, so all the sword type weapons that are buffed by his passive, giving this effect baseline to Radio Javelin. So then what the augment does is it gives it to you for things other than Exalted Blade and swords. I think that would be the best balance. Even if this was even if baseline, this was applicable to just Exalted Blade. Even if it wasn't all swords, just Exalted Blade. Just give Furious Javelin baseline to the ability for at least at a minimum Exalted Blade. And then you wouldn't have to run this if you're just running Exalted Blade. This wouldn't be a default mod on Excalibur anymore. If you're even this sword, like I don't need it on this sword if it was only applicable to Exalted Blade. And the nice thing about it is if this had Furious Javelin baseline to only Exalted Blade, it would also apply to Slash Dash because that scales off of Exalted Blade. So Furious Javelin baseline, Exalted Blade, buff Exalted Blade, and Slash Dash to say that 3,000 more times. Yep. You cannot get another Umbra from Samaris. We will show that. Otherwise, I would have probably 3. Because I remove Umbra polarities from him all the time. This is like one of the most ridiculous things about Excalibur Umbra and Excalibur in general. All 3 versions are compromised relative to every other Warframe. So there's no solution. There's no solution to it other than changing the way Excalibur works. And it is a fundamental problem that will actively get just completely silenced. So, just sorting there. If you look at Umbra, you can get the mods as duplicates, but you can't get Umbra as a duplicate. What most people would probably rather prefer is if you had a toggle on Umbra in some way. So you could toggle between sentient and non-sentient, whether that's like a valence type thing, or whether it's one fun thing that I like to point out is when you are on iOS, you actually have an additional thing here on iOS, which is like your playstyle, and you can switch between playstyles, and at least Excalibur, that lets you choose whether or not like how the touchscreen inputs work to make it easier to play on a touchscreen. I haven't really ever used that feature because I don't use the touchscreen controls. I have a controller that I either snap to it or just use through Bluetooth. But you have this extra slot here. The other simple things that they could do is like appearance-based stuff. So instead of making it a mod, this is one thing that people have talked about. Like the fact that skins do impact stats. They could make a skin. They could literally make an Excalibur Umbra sentient skin and base skin. So just rename this to sentient skin and then the other one, and then whatever skin you select is toggling it on or off. That's another option that they can do. Or just make it so like this is the default that sentience is on. You have to run like the base skin for it. I think that would be a compromise. There's a lot of ways they can do it. There's so many different ways they can do it. They just have to do it, and that's only going to happen with pressure. Yeah, and there's so many ways they can do it. The problem is that if they add something like here or other things, I've even talked about adding a second Exilis slot to Umbra, that you can run another Exilis mod and just have Warrior's Rest be like 0 cost, so that you can throw that in there. There's a lot of different things they can do. They just have to do one of them, to put it simply. They're only going to do that with enough pressure, and I think that needs to come from the whole community, unfortunately. I've been enjoying doing Hunhalis. You can even buy daily, like, the daily login weapons. You can buy duplicates of those. You can't buy Schiajati duplicate. You can't buy Excalibur Umbra duplicate. It doesn't really make any sense, and I think the only reason why D has gotten away with it is because people don't push enough. There's just not enough pressure on it. So without that pressure, I don't think it'll ever happen. That's what I'm hoping to help do. If that just involves concentrating existing pressure or providing alternatives, then a lot of the other options that people have talked about over the years. I don't see why base Excalibur, they just can't buff base Excalibur. I think non-conditional, just make his base stats equal to Prime and Umbra, and then boom. You can create infinite versions of base Excalibur. You can use Umbra if you want, but then there's some compromises to them, and then that sort of separates out Prime as basically making Prime a skin-only version with the Death Orb passive, and that's it. It's just weird, like, base stat differences between non-Prime and Prime variations really isn't, like, sure, there's some slight variations, but it's not standard. Like, it's not like the base stats on Prime variations are always better in every single level. Like, it's not like they always have more armor, they always don't have more strength, shields, max energy, whatever. It's not always the case. The Prime, I remember the, using that metaphorically too, the Prime advantage of Prime Warframes were like the extra polarities and such when they first came out, because it was very difficult for you to polarize stuff back then. Like, it took a long time for you to level stuff. So when you got a Prime variation, it had extra polarities on it, and that was the biggest advantage out of any of them, was really that. It was very difficult to, like, fully polarize anything in the game. In comparison to now, where you can just go to ESO and you power level something in, like, 3 minutes. Does Excalibur have that much usage to generate pressure? I think so. I think the difference between before and now is that Excalibur is S tier. Excalibur is, in fact, an S tier Warframe. Tekrad Encore made him the best melee Warframe in the game. Exalted Blade is, even with its trash base stats, like the 15%, 2x, it is still more useful than any of the other Exalted. He also has 2 Exalted abilities, technically. He's got Slash Dash, which is really a pseudo-Exalted still, but then he has Exalted Blade. He's got an ability that Furious Javelin, Radio Javelin's prime purpose is using that augment. So that's a melee ability, and then in this case, I've also got Warcry. So I have actually 4 melee abilities on this Warframe right now. Like, he's a melee Warframe. And this game style isn't as popular as I think it's more popular now with how popular Excalibur is, but it's still not like a meta thing that people are running. Oh no. That's what happens when you don't use poise. Not too crazy of a deal to where I'm even running effectively Warrior's Rest on Prime. Is this finally ready? Nope. Oh my goodness. Getting stuck over here. Yeah, I don't need any of the resources here. It's a fun mission to do. The Hunhalis fight I've used as a benchmark for my Arcwing builds, and so once I get enough missions, like if I get like 50 missions down into this and I'm able to reliably pretty much one mag the Hunhalis, and no one else is able to like really do more than like tickle its health, then that's a pretty good benchmark for how effective this build is. To put it simply. Oh no. Yeah, I'm still getting back to using poise. I'm still getting used to it. It's been a while. I used Vazarin for so long. I think Taran Strikes help that with how much more useful Operator is. The popping in and out of Operator is more useful now than what it used to be pre-Old Peace. So we're going to use that. Yeah, and I don't even think, like, I did just upload my, like, a video discussing my buildcraft philosophy. I generally don't even bother sending the damage so high that it's beyond unnecessary. But you can very easily build him to the point where you're hitting into the level, into the integer cap sort of territory. I just don't find that useful. I would rather not sacrifice utility and defensiveness for unnecessary damage. Like, if you're hitting in the tens of millions on a bunch of stuff, you're gonna hit just fine at level cap. That's basically that video. For those that probably haven't watched it yet, because if you're tuning in, it's probably not even... Yeah, it's... I think that one's up right now. I think that one's already up. I am uploading a version of this build video that I've now referenced a few times and just sort of remembered that I don't have actually listed yet. Let me see, is this ready? We'll see if this guy is ready. Oh. Well, that sucks. I did all the chapters for this, but it deleted them. Let's see, is that accurate? Okay, well, it deleted all the chapters of that video. We'll have to fix that before I actually upload it. That's what I get for having multiple tabs open, that things were overridden. Saved and overridden. Yeah, I don't think you have to compromise too much for survivability on Excalibur. But like, brief respite and then some increase in health and or shields is usually enough. You just have to be careful in some content. But the build video that isn't uploaded yet, because unfortunately all of the description that I had for it is gone. But I spent the necessary time to play through and make sure I timestamped it as usual. That's unfortunate. It takes a while for videos to not only upload, but also for them to go through like the checks and stuff to make sure there's no copyrighted content. So I'll probably multitask here a little bit. Make sure I can get that up. It's kind of dumb if I'm using a build that I don't have the video up for yet. Trying circumvent. The problem I have with circumvent on Excalibur is rolling is not efficient on melee builds. Like rolling in general. So you can do it, but you're sacrificing like mobility for it. Because you think when you're rolling, you're not melee attacking, and then you're also moving. If you're in melee range, now you're no longer in melee range, just from a roll.
Supplies captured. Battlekin to be much relieved. Louder. The Tenno captures a cat.
Okay, let's we're doing a little multitasking here. Are you sure about that, Kaylin? How fast does a Grattler kill the Hunhulis? I think that's a good question. Because I think a lot of people sleep on a very particular Arcwing gun that I use a lot because it is very good. I think it's one of those where, like, for some reason people don't cover it, and it kind of surprises me because it's extremely good. And I have a few videos showcasing this, but you'll see. See if I can very quickly. It'd be sad if I actually memorized these timestamps.
Need battery. Power transmitter now.
Okay. Just doing a little bit of multitasking here. We'll do a little bit of that. Get that nice shockwave damage. I just gotta make sure. I don't have to make sure for this one, actually. Usually it's nice to save a couple of those waves. Some of those shockwaves. In this case, I don't need to.
Power. Do not stop now.
Okay. Okay.
Battery assembled. Transmitter hungry for power.
I feel like it should go faster than this, even if I'm somewhat tabbed out, but like I said, I don't need any materials. I'll be fine. We'll see how much my narrative fits here when it comes to Hunhulis and killing it in Arcwing. Even a melee-only build has no problems killing this. It only gets a little complicated when you get to this part. Might as well use our Taran Strike. Not entirely reliant on my teammates to help kill the chest parts of it, because I can do that, but not conveniently. The best way to do this in this scenario is with your operator for a melee only build. Like that. You can see how much damage my Warframe actually does in this in comparison to my teammates here. So that's a good sign. It's a good sign that I'll be able to show my my Arcwing build here. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to hang back. We're going to let our teammates do a little bit of damage. I don't have any energy now, which kind of sucks because oh, there we go. I can do that now. So notice here how much damage these guys are doing. I have a Kuva, Ayunga, however you pronounce that. Yeah. And how fast the reload is. No, I never heard of that story. That's quite interesting.
Back your memories from the void's corruption. Chaos.
I'm getting a blueprint of a part that never existed, because it's not like you could ever craft Excalibur Prime. That's kind of the funny part. The only Warframe that the only Prime variant that you can never craft of a Warframe, that is. Okay. Let me just check this video real quick. I'm just looking through this video again. Probably reevaluate these timestamps on this video later. Okay. Just to reiterate, I'm just doing timestamps for the video that I already did timestamps for, but apparently I didn't like hit save or something, and they're gone. And so I'm just doing them real quick. It's for the build that I'm running right now. I like the chapters feature. I hope everyone enjoys those. As usual, my builds have a lot of layers to them that I like to have timestamps for my own reference too. Part of my build videos is also my is also me like archiving what I'm doing for my builds. I've referenced my own videos several times of like, okay, what did I do for this again? Oh, okay, yeah, there we go, because I don't memorize all of them myself. Not always. Sometimes it's just easier than trying to think about it. Okay, I'm almost done. Got one more chapter to do. Okay, 24, 23. Okay. Unlisted, public. Boom. Okay, all done. That is listed, so anyone see this build can actually see this build now. I'll actually show my Kuva Yunga build so that in case you're curious. So for my Arcwing, I have this thing, which involves overcharge, because overcharge is very good. It's very good. And it's kind of snapshots. It seems like it's snapshots based on when you spawn in. When you die, this is a lot lower value. This also, yeah. I'd recommend using this. And then Ever, just so good. I don't have any modded crit chance on it. Even my Riven doesn't even have crit chance on it. This is better. These are really easy to roll. Multi-shot crit damage, and then elemental damage is what you would kind of want to roll on these. And a +2 -1 is probably better than a +3 -1 just because the way it scales. So this is what I recommend. Because obviously you don't need crit chance on it. My dexterity build, I do have a different Riven that I've had for a very long time that I also rolled that does have crit chance on it so that I get 100% since we're running double dexterity arcanes. But yeah, the Kuva Ayunga Rivens are very cheap. I think it's a very slept on thing. This is updated with Prime Venomous Clip because I found Viral to work just as good, if not better, than running Blast. It already has like an AoE to it, and your overall status chance isn't very high on this. So even just one Viral stack does a lot to buff your damage. And as you can tell, it does a very good job at killing the Hunhullus. We'll do that again. I'll show my... I've just done these missions for fun. I have 300 of these lyric bridges, 235 and 248. Because why not? That reminds me, actually. I don't think I got the daily reset at the Sanctum. The problem I ran into is all of the other Arcwing guns weren't universal. So, like, I would take them into Arcwing, I'd take them into other content, and it just didn't work. It didn't work universally, and what I would recommend using as your benchmark, and I show this in my Arcwing build, is one of the pursuit missions, and I just did not find that even Manadel did very well. I tried to find something. I genuinely tried to find something better than Kuva Ayunga, and I just kept going back to it, because it was like, okay, try this. How fast did this kill? Okay, not that great. Go back to Ayunga, be like, okay, that's a marked difference, even without my Riven. It's just, I did a lot of testing for it. I'll show you the mission I would recommend running to benchmark as like the common denominator for Arcwing missions. Yeah, the problem there is I don't have the time to be there during a lot of the dev streams and that kind of stuff. I've considered going to TennoCon this year and trying to get one of the like the VIP things or whatever. But the problem is my work schedule is very tight in that coming month. So like June or so. It's not a mechanism of whether I can or even afford it or anything like that. It's just the problem of my job. From July 10th to 11th. Okay. I might be able to go to that. If that's far enough away out, then a very, very important period of April to June for my job. I'm considering it. I have to get my passport updated. That hasn't been updated since I was not in the United States. I'll show you the mission that I use as a benchmark. So Saturn Pandora is a pursuit mission. And I'd recommend trying your Arcwing weapon in this mission because this is the most restrictive mission I've come across. Of like, only certain Arcwing guns do this well and all other content well. And if they can't do this, then it's not worth it to me. Especially if Kuva Ayunga could do all of them just as easily. The reload speed is also another problem that I really just prefer it on this one. So depending on how they spawn, these little like nodes. Will depend on how fast you can kill it. Like if they stack together, so like 41 seconds is what I did that one in. This is the Steel Path version too. So I'd recommend trying this, and if you can get reasonably less than like 45 seconds, I would say it's comparable, but something to consider. This is the most difficult thing I found with Arcwing. Otherwise, the Arcwing enemies are so squishy that you can kind of run anything and be fine, but like you notice here, I basically one-shot these guys. Like, I don't really have to try too hard to kill these Steel Path enemies in Arcwing. The reload speed of this is extremely fast. It's not like Grattler, which feels pretty miserable. Same thing with Larkspur. Feels pretty miserable, the reload. I just found this to be the best overall. I believe to travel to Canada, coming from the United States, that I need a passport. I haven't looked too deep into it. I'm trying to remember if I fly into it, I think, which is what I'd have to do. I'm not the farthest away from Vancouver or wherever it is on the complete West Coast, but I'm not the closest either. Hi there, Shadow. Everything's going good. Put out 2 videos that I've wanted to put out for some time, but my Universal Fallout one, I think that's listed now. I had to redo the the chapters, which they're not the best chapters, but they work. I had better chapters when I actually go through, because when I make my videos, I'll go through the whole video, make sure there's nothing weird about it, but then also just make the chapters as accurate as I can. For the clear breaks in my videos, or the clear chapters. But talking about TennoCon, because if TennoCon's in July, just looking at it, July 10th to 11th. Let's see, is that a weekend? Let's try. Let's check it out. So 10 to 11th, Friday to Saturday, and so I'd probably have to fly out on Thursday and fly back on Sunday to do that. And that's probably entirely viable for me to do. I have to check my schedule. But I've considered that, and considered buying the VIP thing to really bring up this issue, because I honestly don't think D is aware of how big of a problem there is with Excalibur that isn't just Excalibur Prime. It includes just how he works as a Warframe in general. And I'm going to try to formulate the best and simplest response I have for that. I don't think I'll have a follow-up video for that, because I think in the video I did a pretty good job at breaking it down. But if I'm trying to talk to, like, DE, if I'm trying to talk to, like, Megan or Pablo about it, I want to be able to describe precisely the problem in the first sentence that isn't going to cause them to zone out and then not listen, which is what is very easy to happen. Yeah, that would be, I think, the goal. Like, I'm strongly considering it. It's a little better. When I was originally looking it up, maybe I was looking at the 2025 or something, but the fact that it's way in July, it might actually work for me, because my schedule's a little weird. But it's going to be a lot better in July for work things. And if it's just 2 days where I can just spend 4 days doing that over mostly a weekend, it'll probably be fine. We'll see. But I'm strongly considering on going to TennoCon and going all the way out there. And the simplest explanation is, by that point, I probably won't have to pay much out of pocket for that. Thanks, YouTube. Right, kitty. Oh, kitty cameo. Meow. You purring? You happy kitty? Meow. You smell the microphone? Oh, ow. Oh no. Oh. Misclick. Easily done. Oh, I'm in this solo. I don't think I changed it to, I think I changed it from invite only. I was demonstrating what I do for my, my Arcwing testing. I think the most limiting factor is doing, like, a pursuit mission. And, just to recap on that, do this Pandora pursuit mission. If you can kill the thing within 45 seconds, I'd say that's pretty good. Otherwise, I would reevaluate your Arcwing build, because it might do just fine in most Arcwing, But it's like if you basically can't, if it's almost unusable. I found most Arcwing guns are unusable in this kind of pursuit mission. So I'd recommend giving that a shot. Yeah, I think there's so many ways for them to fix these problems. I don't think they're willing to do it. And I've even started to think. Now, this is getting to some like kind of pessimism when it comes to Warframe as a developer. I wouldn't doubt it if the whole narrative of the founder saved the game, like that whole narrative, if that's all BS. I wouldn't doubt it. Like, I genuinely wouldn't doubt it. I could see them saying that to sort of help eliminate the argument about Excalibur Prime and the Founders items being unobtainable, being like a core fundamental issue in the game that's always going to exist until they fix it, and them using that as a cop-out to then get the community to be like, well, don't talk bad or want the Founders Pack, blah, 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 because they saved the game. And it's like, you can weaponize your community to get the developer, or to, like, literally the developers potentially weaponizing the community to do their bidding on, like, shutting down that conversation. I've started to genuinely think that, because it's so ridiculous in the way they control that narrative on the forums, the way they don't talk about it, the fact that Excalibur has these core fundamental issues with him, that the only solution to that is, like, changing one of 3 versions of the Warframe differently. Like, the solution to this problem has to do with changing any of the versions of the Warframe, whether that's buffing base Excalibur, fixing sentience issues, and the lack of duplicates on Umbra, or just making Excalibur Prime obtainable again, which, in theory, if you made him obtainable again, you could get infinite versions of him. So then you wouldn't have to worry about that. Like, if you were able to get blueprints from a founder for it, then you could easily just create multiple versions of it. He just has to do one thing. That's all they have to do. It's just to do one thing that ideally solves those problems, and it involves one of the 3 versions of the Warframe. Make sure I'm actually contributing to the team here. But luckily, my most recent build video just went up with a variation of the Fallout build has actually no compromises for Umbra. I'm running effectively the same version of the build with Power Drift. So just be aware, if I run Power Drift on Prime, run Warrior's Rest on Excalibur Umbra. Yeah, literally the poster boy of the game of Warframe. The poster Warframe has the fundamental core issues that have always existed with him that are ignored, if not like actively censored by the developers or by the developer. You know, moderators work for the developers, so that is what it is. It's actually ridiculous. And if you saw my reply, the reply I got from that moderator, it was like it was disappointing. It was pathetic, to put it simply. You're talking about someone entirely ignoring literally the entire post and then just going on a rant about Excalibur Prime. But to be fair to the moderator, more than likely that's a dramatically small minority of the actual conversations they've had about Excalibur. Probably the vast majority of the conversations that most moderators have had about Excalibur involves making them obtainable again and shutting those down. So then they probably just get into autopilot. They don't even care if it's coming from a founder, or it doesn't even involve mentioning Excalibur Prime at all in the post. They're just used to shutting it down, regardless. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. That's not entirely their fault, but I'm still going to blame a kind of ridiculous lack of reading comprehension on the side of a moderator. Like, maybe I just mail it or message another moderator. I don't know the other moderators on the forums, but maybe I just send this to like multiple moderators and then Like, what are they gonna do? Squelch my my forums account? Like, I don't. Yeah. I've already accepted the consequences as the result of pushing this issue, to put it simply. The extreme of those consequences. I've already accepted all of them. If I do go to Tenacon, I will be posting that. I will actually post that so that people that are going that do watch my content can find me. And I'm fairly recognizable. More than likely. I've been made aware I'm fairly recognizable. So it should be easy to find me, worst case. Yeah, they get mad and censor it, yep. Especially when I say something entirely reasonable, like, hey, just... By the way, you basically have Excalibur carved as this exception to every other Warframe on its ability to even have, like, duplicate versions of its best variation. It's like, for your literal poster Warframe. And then a mod who, clearly refused to read. Do basic reading comprehension. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Chromatic Blade as much. But that's where if you see, like, in this build, I'm running 3 augments. In a Umbra variation, you're running 4 augments because of Warrior's Rest. So if you want to use it as an example of how, like, here's a really good build that requires... Well, it doesn't require 4 augments, but you really want to run 4 augments. Technically, in that in this influence build, the only in this Furious or Fallout Chromatic Blade build, the only thing that is required is actually Chromatic Blade, because you can't get electric and radiation without Chromatic Blade. I believe. I can check that. I'm trying to think. I think you can mod in electric, so you still might be able to get it, but it's definitely gonna suck. Not having that IPS conversion and that extra status chance. I think you can still mod in electric onto it. You could use the radiation and electric, and it won't combine unless you put a heat onto it. But yeah, it's functionally required for you to run Chromatic Blade on this build variation. Furious Javelin, not required in, like, most content, but if you want it to scale really well, then you should definitely use it. And then, Eternal War is a quality of life. For Umbra, it's probably 2. You know, you need Warrior's Rest, and you basically need Chromatic Blade. Do I have any more slams left? Nope. We're gonna do another Unaru Slam. Yeah, rework of the augment system. We were just talking about earlier too. So, like, the suggestion I've had is if Warrior's Rest applied to swords, or not Warrior's Rest. Wow. If Furious Javelin baseline applied to swords, and then they made it so the augment just gives it to every other melee weapon, then that would, I think, make Excalibur a lot more flexible. So then, if it applied to even just Exalted Blade, it would at minimum apply to Excalibur Slash Dash and his Exalted Blade. But then I think making it apply to all swords just makes sense. It's like, probably the best way to buff his passive is to just give his augments, like, by default to sword types. It's a really old forum suggestion I have, where I argue that Radiant Finisher, Surging Dash, and Furious Javelin should be default to swords. And then, so what you would get from those augments is it would apply to more than just swords. Like, expanding their weapon compatibility, effectively. That would make using swords on Excalibur like make or break unless you're just using nothing but Exalted Blade. Oh, kowtowing to the Chinese market. Well, DE is a company that's out to make money, and maybe they don't realize that there's probably not an insignificant amount of the player base that gets to the point where they start building out like Excalibur Prime or Excalibur, base Excalibur. They try to build out Umbra, and they're like, "What the hell's going on here? Like, I can't even like have enough build variety with the starting Warframe." Like, maybe they don't realize that this is an actual fundamental issue that could probably be driving down player counts. Like, people that get to the point and they're just like, okay, I basically can't get everything in game, and I can't even run every build in the game because of this starter Warframe having these core holes in the way it works. Yeah, it's something about the Therian helmet, which honestly, I don't even think the Therian helmet looks that good in comparison to the normal Umbra helmet. You can link it in game, Excalibur, Umbra, Therian. Yeah, like here, I'll show. So like, I don't even think this looks better than base Excalibur Umbra, to be honest. It's different, and that's probably why people like it. I think it's the same idea with Prime, where like, because it's novel, people and exclusive, people have higher value to it than really what it should. I think if Prime and Umbra were exactly the same, and you had the choice to run Prime or Umbra, most people would just run Umbra because he just looks better. He looks better. Technically, he's more useful. Yeah. Like, the only reason to use Prime in comparison is his Exalted Blade looks better. Yeah. The downside of being owned by Tencent. But it seems to be better owned by Tencent than some of those other big companies that are a lot more aggressive. Let's see how good my teammates are. I'll let them do the shooty so I don't have to fly up with Operator unless they force me to. No. Goody. They're not forcing me to. We're going to do a little bit of slam action here. Get some extra orbs. Because Unaru, very good. Alright, we're going to see how good our teammates are here. Oh, okay, someone on the team is very good. So we're just gonna join in on them. We're gonna nuke this thing. I was showing last time of like, most of the time I do this, I'll let my teammates attack it and see, okay, how fast do they kill this thing? So that I can benchmark my own build against them. In this case, someone had something good.
Well done, my child.
Yeah, I think if they made Prime obtainable again, he would just sort of like float back into obscurity. In general, Excalibur would probably float back into obscurity, other than weirdos like me who play nothing but Excalibur. I think that's the reality of it. That's a nope.
This is the future.
Let's see. We're gonna solo do this. Do the sortie. Yeah, pure melee is. It's been, I think, it's been the most interesting playstyle in this game, and I was woefully unaware of how niche this playstyle was up until I happened to run into a certain streamer in Steel Path's Face Off, and then they were like talking trash about melee only, like melee only dual licker Excalibur, and I'm like, okay, this person I thought this person would kind of understand how this works. Apparently not. You're talking about a big sort of sweaty meta slave type YouTuber to say as much as I can without saying exactly who it was. But I was pretty disappointed. I was like, this person doesn't understand what's going on here. I thought they were knowledgeable on this game, and then I realized, oh, I'm this weird exception to the rule that just no one plays this kind of play style.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'll actually avoid the alarms here. We'll do the vaults the right way, the Excalibur way. Except for another one. There's another one of these where I'm not gonna do it the right way. I don't care. It's just slash dash through it. And this is probably a good example where it's like getting enough starting energy with how low the mob density is here is pretty rough. This is like you need enemies to kill to be able to drop universal orbs, and sorties are the like one of the easiest places where this is a limit. Like I probably won't get enough enemies to get full energy here. It's not that you need it. In a scenario where you need it, you probably get it.
We're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
I guess one thing I probably never mentioned on video is I spent years, up until maybe a few months ago, never using ciphers. So I've spent a lot of time actually doing vaults properly and these hacks. And it was because I forgot about the fact that actually I don't even think I knew about it, that you could get 100 cipher blueprints, like the crafting 100 at a time. So then back when I thought about ciphers, it was like, okay, I have to craft these one at a time. Like, screw that. I'm not going to do that. That's a waste of time. And then when I realized there was 100 ones, it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll use these a lot. I forget that I have them all the time, too. This is where the melee Kareen actually is really nice for this, because it helps identify enemies and then also helps provide extra damage and CC. It just makes it easier for you to do that. And you're rolling to break that anyways. Like there, I just got a ton of energy. So even in this sortie spy mission where I'm basically one-shotting everything, so I can't even get enough stacks to proc Fallout, like I can still maintain some level of energy. This is where I generally don't care. I'm just like, screw it. I'm just gonna like slash dash through the thing. Yeah, we're just gonna. I spent the longest time just slash dashing through everything.
You got it. The data is still intact. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Let's see. Can I actually? Back before they nerfed Slam, a lot of what I would do with this Miwan build that I do showcase in the video about this build that I just uploaded today, I would just slam a lot because it's very convenient. You slam, roll, slam, roll.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Never in my life used ciphers. Yeah, I've literally only started using them maybe 6 months ago when I was like, oh, I went to the clan dojo. Like, oh, what haven't I gotten here? And I realized there's a 100 cipher blueprint. It's good to know. I should probably start using that. Yeah, the founders for the discipline pack. The thing too, and this is just remember. Let me look up the platinum edition, the platinum quantity. So like to sort of remove a bit of the founder worship. the platinum value for these was insane. So like even considering it cost for $10 you'd get 170 platinum. So for $20 on the discipline plaque you could get 370, and the hunter pack was like pretty insane value, relatively speaking. For $50 you'd get Excalibur Prime, you get 1200 platinum, which was insane back then. That was like more platinum than what you kind of needed, especially when you got to that point of the game like I was, where I already had a lot of the Prime stuff back in the beta. The Master Pack, though, another 2,000 platinum for $50 was pretty good value. Grandmasters spending $2,250 for 8,800 platinum was also still good value. It was like one of the best values. You think it was one of the first Prime accesses that ever existed. It was like a beta exclusive Prime access if you really wanted to simplify it down. That's really all it was. Yeah. Yeah, after more than 10 years, or you just run into the problem where people that never even had the opportunity to get it. I think it's probably about time where they fix this problem. Unfortunately. Let me see. Yeah, I might as well public match this one. Right, kitty? Kitty's wanting my attention. She's a good kitty. She's so fluffy. Except she's walking in front of my monitor. Hey, you know you're not supposed to go there. I'm trying to save the world here, kitty. You can't disrupt me saving the world. Very sharp. Who's very sharp? Oh, you want to sit on my lap? There you go, kitty. Nope, you don't want to sit on my lap.
Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Yeah, I think removing some of that, I'm trying to think of the word for it, but that idolization is probably the word I'm looking for. Like I've never liked that. It's always felt gross, like idolizing people for spending money back a long time ago. Because even considering the fact that if you didn't buy the Founders Pack just right away, I don't even think I knew about the Founders Pack right away. Otherwise, I would have just bought the $100 version. Because I even bought two $10 packs back then. Like I went through my Steam purchase history. Even back in the beta, I was spending like kind of ridiculous amounts on platinum just to be able to play the game. This is what I get for not procking poise. You get knocked down and I'm gonna blame Limbo here. I think we have a Limbo. Feels like we have a Limbo. Yeah, like the idolization of Founders has always been weird. I obviously run into it. Like I run into it almost daily. Just because people haven't seen Excalibur Prime and like they see it from the top right, they'll see it from the profile. So even if I'm running like a different glyph, even if I'm running like Arthur's skin on him, people still see it. And at this point, I just get used to it. But I can understand it. A lot of people have never seen Excalibur Prime before in a mission. That's where I kind of like keeping the aesthetic simple too, because you know, if they've never seen it before, at least they get to see the version that isn't colored all... I was going to use a different word. That isn't colored all stupidly. Like, a lot of Founders I see, they'll do these stupid colors on Excalibur Prime, and it just looks awful. Like, he has such a simple aesthetic. If you don't use the sort of Prime colors, it just, I don't know, it just looks awful to me. Like, you might as well just keep it simple. Or they'll add a bunch of, like, blocky attachments to them. And it just looks awkward and weird. I'm not a big fashion person, but the sort of like simplicity and symmetry, and then it is where my brain sort of reaches the limit. I can tell you the shape that something should be, but ask me about the colors and all that stuff, I can't even think about it. It just doesn't. My brain just doesn't compute. Yeah, and I've liked the gold aesthetic. I used to be, like, literally paint it black kind of type person, and I've grown over the years. White and some of those other colors have sort of grown on me. Instead of just paint it black. Oh, we do have, I guess we'll use it on the last one.
We are finished here. Move on.
We're gonna beat this person to it. You think you fast? I faster.
Upload me and prepare to defend.
Alright, we're gonna do it.
This will take a moment.
Is there a reason why you don't use Zados or Zato? The problem with Zato is it overrides Exalted Blade and it looks awful. So, just like it overrides Exalted Blade on Umbra and it looks better, it looks the same on Prime and you lose this, like, actually pretty cool version of Exalted Blade. It's the better version of Skana Prime, pretty much. Because, especially now, post Dekrot Encore, this is Skana Prime but better. Because Skana Prime's practically worthless now with Incarnate Adapters. Just use Prisma. It's like one of the reasons why I'm glad I didn't spend the extra $50. Like, Swords sucked back in the beta. You didn't need the Platinum back in the beta, the extra 2,000 plat. I didn't know trading was in the game at the time, but hindsight, if I knew trading was in the game, I probably would have just spent the extra $50. But even then, I'd have this, like, you'd almost feel like you couldn't use Prisma Skana, having Skana Prime. Like, I feel like you guys probably understand that. Like, if you had Skana Prime, you would probably never use Prisma Skana, even if it's better. Just because, like, maybe it's that sunken cost. Like, the whole sunken cost fallacy there. Like, oh, I spent $50 for this version, so I should probably use it. You know, $50 excluding the platinum that you got for it, which is probably the most valuable part. Yeah, mostly gold spine. You kind of get some accents, but you know, it's a very basic Prime version. Yeah, it looks cool. The fun part about Skana Prime, though, if you've never seen it, so if you look at what the Incarnon looks like, so if you look Skana Prime Incarnon,
Mission complete. Excellent work.
or just looking at the Incarnon Genesis, and I don't know if you can do it on. Oh, if you go to Skana Prime on the wiki, the official wiki, and you swap it to Incarnon for the photo, that's what it actually looks like in game. That's not a joke. That's how the Incarnate adapter works visually on Skana Prime. So what I'll do here, just to show, like, I confirmed this with a friend who has Skana Prime. This is what Skana Prime Incarnate actually looks like. Like, genuinely. See how dumb the Incarnate adapter looks? That's actually how it looks. So, like, imagine how disappointing that is. When you proc the Incarnate mode on Skana Prime, it looks like that. Yeah, it's like weird. Instead of if you went to Prisma Skana, where Prisma Skana Incarnate actually makes sense. It kind of gives it almost like a hilt or like a guard on it. And it looks cool. It's not how Skana Prime works. To reiterate, it genuinely looks like this. This isn't like a bug or a wrong representation of it. So yeah. Yeah, that people are LR6 that are master or grandmaster founders with everything else, or master founders with everything else. Oh boy, don't want to have that open too long. Okay. Okay. Back to in-game. What was I going to look at? Yeah, the problem, though, is Skana Prime, the best version of Skana Prime is just this. This is the best version of Skana Prime. Oh, looking at this, if you If you're a master or grandmaster founder, you can get LR6. I've been hoping the last 2 barrows that they were going to give us something. You know, if DE really wanted to, they could give us a Skana Vandal and a Prisma Lado. This is a thought that I had. So they could do, like I said, Skana Lado and Prisma, or wow. Let me redo that. They could give us Skana Vandal and Prisma Lado and make the stats the exact same as Skana Prime and Lado Prime, and including the Incarnate adapters, so that people have a same but different. Obviously, the mastery points aren't there, but even as someone like me, I like, sure, it'd be cool to have LR6, but it really doesn't matter. That's just a 2-month difference. They should really just not make it so that this is a problem. Like, really, they could have just moved. They could have just moved LR5 back. You know, the 6 or the 9,000 that they would need for everyone to be LR6. They could have done that, or they could have moved it forward so that founders couldn't get it. I think that's probably something they should do, because otherwise this is a problem. Like, this causes problems in the community for obvious reasons. This is annoying, and it shouldn't be a thing. Is Prisma better because of Riven disposition? No, if you look at Prisma Skana's bonuses, it gets 40, I believe it's like 40 more base damage, and then the Incarnates, the actual Incarnate adapter bonuses are a lot better. Like, specifically this base crit, like, this is the best one for it. This is just giving it the most utility, and getting 40% base crit, even with the 0.4x lower crit damage. I find 40% crit damage and maintaining 26% status chance. You know, this is the same on Skana Prime. It's just you don't get the 40% crit chance with the adapter. They did balance Skana Prime with the Incarnate adapter, and it's very similar. It's like, it's a little bit closer from my observations with Lado Prime. Like, it's kind of a matter of opinion on which configuration you think is better. There's only like one fringe scenario I can think of where you're running like Calervo with Skana Prime and you get Raffle Advance, and then you just run the plus status chance Evo, so then you get 36%, which, you know, you can get right here. Like, if you were running this evolution on Calervo, the 40% or the 40 extra base damage probably doesn't make up for 0.4x crit damage. So outside of like very fringe scenarios, this is just better. Prisma Skana is just simply better than Skana Prime. That was also when stat sticks were a thing. Stat sticks, this was dramatically better as a stat stick, because these evolutions, especially this guy right here, this plus 25% base crit chance, was just night and day different on Excalibur for Slash Dash. But I mostly actually ran this, the plus 20% base status chance, and then I would run Raffle Advance to get my crit chance. But I generally use Dual Lickers instead if I had to choose, because Dual Lickers was actually like the best Slash Dash stat stick in the game, because it's 34%, like second highest, I think. I think the only one that's higher is like bow, like Mark 1 bow. Let me see. Yes, I have an Incarnate adapter on Mark 1 bow. Yeah, like 38% on this. This was really good. This was also very good. I use this as a stat stick to give it base 15-15. I even have Bow Prime with an Incarnate adapter on it. You know, this is not as good as Dual Licker, and Dual Licker was just an extremely good stat stick on before Techrod Encore. Sacrificial Steel versus Galvanized Steel for Excalibur Ultimate. I'm thinking you're talking this guy. It depends. So I'll actually use these as an example. And I have a really old video covering this topic, and I should probably redo that video, but I kind of I think I cover that in a pretty good detail in my Excalibur Umbra comprehensive overview. I'm trying to remember what part of it. It's probably like an hour into that video. It was an hour and a half video that I made about that. The key thing to remember is if you, it has to do with your crit damage. So in a scenario like this, we're not fitting crit damage. Sure, you could put crit damage here. But if you're able to fit a Gladiator mod, then Prime Pressure Point and Galvanized Steel generally works better. If you can't fit, like in this build, you could fit it, but you're doing it with combo points. But keep in mind, this Afflictions build right here isn't using Exalted Blade. This is using it primarily for slash dash and heavy attacks. So that's when this is more valuable. But and most importantly, we have an extra mod slot to be able to fit crit damage. So if you don't have a reliable source of crit damage, you want it at a minimum. You want something to give you crit damage. This is only this is only above 2x because of Tenacious Bond. So then getting this extra 120% crit damage is very valuable. That's kind of the nature of it. If you do the math, if without, even with Blood Rush, without this Gladiator mod, you don't get above 100% crit chance. So the math for that, why don't I actually show this? We'll switch to desktop. I'll show this math. So this is the math that I do, and I show this in my videos. So the base is 15%. So the way you make the math on this is if you did 440, so consider this. When this is at full stacks, this is 440%, because you don't get it from 1x. When you go from 1x to 2x, you get 1 stack. So then from 1x to 12x, you get 11 stacks. So the combination of this and the 110% here gets you to 550. You times that by the decimal form of your crit chance. So that's the additive to base crit chance that you get. And then you have to add the base. So notice here, we're not at 100%. But if we go R110 plus a Gladiator mod plus our Blood Rush times 0.15 plus 1.5, that's your crit chance. And then it's another 17.5% for heavy attacks from this. If you do the math, 15 times 1.1 is 17.5. Oh, 16.5. Wow, I've been messing that up for a while. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, 16.5. So just keep that in mind. So on heavy attacks, you would get 220. That's what you get on heavy attacks. But if you compare that to if you were running sacrificial mods on here, like you have to consider the fact that these stacked gets you to 275. So we'll open up another calculator. So without even a Gladiator mod, that's what you get to on crit chance. And then it's another, if you want to calculate the heavy attacks, you do 275 times 2. So like heavy attacks are that. So that's where it's like these breakpoints are important to understand when modding, when it comes to like crit chance and stuff, because on Exalted Blade, it's pretty straightforward. If you can get combo and a Gladiator mod, then Prime Pressure Point and Galvanized Steel are probably better, because that crit damage is going to be more valuable than like having a slightly better chance at orange critting. Like there's a matter of opinion there. Just keep that in mind. Let's switch back. So I calculated out, I think a great example. I feel like there's another example here. So I'll take this as an example. So this Gladiator mod, so notice this doesn't have any crit chance on it. So the only crit chance we're getting is from Galv Steel and Blood Rush. And if you look at the base crit chance, so 40%, this is a great example. So if we were to do just for 40% Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel, you would only get the 260%. With normal attacks, 260%. Consider 1.1 times 40. That goes from 260 to 304. So you go from like, having a decent chance at red critting to guaranteed red critting to a chance at exclamation red critting. So like this Gladiator mod gets you to guaranteed red crits at full combo. Without that, and then you also get crit damage for it. So it's just really high value there. You only need that like 110%. If you had a Riven that's like crit, electric, that's usually what I ran for this. That's kind of like best in slot for Skana, in my opinion. Just as an example. Like calculating that out so that you can see if you're about to get into a new crit tier, if you can put a Gladiator mod in instead of even Organ Shatter, it's probably worth it. Because that extra crit tier is going to matter more than, like, in that case, 25% more crit chance. Or for more crit damage, I mean. I'm going to go back to Huntless. Yeah, exactly. So that's that's like the math that I do when I tune out these builds, because I think that's necessary to really make a difference. And the difference between like just throwing in something because it sounds good versus like calculating it out. And I'll do that with status chances too. If my like full combo status chance is below a certain tier, I will actually just, instead of using a 90% or something mod, you can just use a 60-60. That's usually where the difference matters there. If you notice on my Exalted Blade, my other form of the Exalted Blade build, I don't even use 60-60 mods, because on the Afflictions build, the slash dash form of that has like such low status chance, it's not even worth modding. You're better off getting higher base damage. The way it scales with Affliction from what it stacks is also just better. My Afflictions build, as the overview video that I have of that is what I recommend checking that out to understand that. Have I tried Baruch? No, I have not. I did not see if they... I haven't tried Persistence as a host since the hotfix, which was like, what, Wednesday or something? Kind of today's the first day I'm really like playing, because the last couple of days I've been just going to bed really early. But I haven't really seen a Void Cascade pop up that was worth doing too, in time-wise. I still prefer doing Void Cascades with generally a couple of people from Clan, because I don't have to worry about them being deadweight in it, so you can actually get the level cap. They won't leave before getting level cap, because that's just annoying. It makes it overall easier. Lately dropping all frames and playing normal Excal? Yeah. This build, the video I just uploaded to, you can run that on Umbra with no compromise. It's actually better on Umbra versus base Excalibur, which is nice to say, even with this sentience bug, because I'm using Power Drift on Prime. So you can basically just use... Are we... No, okay. So because I can use Power Drift on Prime, like Power Drift is best in slot for this build. You can just throw in Warrior's Rest and be perfectly fine. It's really nice. It's really nice being able to say that. Like, even without them changing anything, this works really well on Umbra. The same. I would even go as far as to say the same. Me, like, snagging on everything today. Not the most alert today. Yeah. Playing Umbra recently and seeing my Afflictions build, I was so happy when I figured that out. When, like, pretty early on to Tech Red Encore, I was like, okay, I really want to not just make this dumb choice of playing Afflictions every time to make it actually worth it. And trying out a bunch of different stuff and then sort of realizing those synergies and remember those synergies with afflictions apply to most former pseudo exalteds and most exalted weapons. Like it's nice. It's afflictions is definitely slept on as an option on exalted blade and exalted weapons in general. But it's a really nice and convenient setup, and you can run persistence on him now with gloom, and then just gunplay if you want, and use slash dash as an actual ability without running into compromise. You don't even need to run gloom. You could just run this like Kavat build or the Panzer build that I run, and it's gonna keep you alive. It's so nice. I've been running this build because I'm like so close to 1,000,000 kills on Excalibur. I want to use I want to use Exalted Blade for that reason, and Influence Exalted Blade is just stupid. I've been also wanting to make an update on my Fallout Influence build because I don't know how many other people have made builds for that. It seems to be a very popular one based on my comments and a lot of the feedback that I've gotten. So I wanted to provide I wanted to put enough effort into it to give a proper old piece update to it, and that's what I put out today. So my old piece updated, like full version of Fallout. I have it featured in another build guide, but I don't know. I didn't really do a good job at advertising that it was an upgrade to my Fallout build with how popular that was. I kind of did it a disservice. Yeah, I don't like Roar. Roar is fun if you want to run a Radio Javelin build, but even then, it's like I don't even think it's necessary for Radio Javelin build because you can just like giving it crit chance and then higher base damage. I forgot if I used it or not in my Radio Javelin spam build or spam video. That was the. Let me look it up. It's one of my Mythbusters. Oh my goodness. Can I not type today? Apparently. Okay. Oh, yeah, episode 3. So if you go to my Excalibur Mythbusting episode 3, this is where I show a build where I'm running Furious Javelin in a Steel Path, like, you know, the Steel Path Omnia 200 level conjunction survival, and I'm just clearing the map with it, hitting in the millions. And it's because if you full send it, you can do it. It's pretty amusing. Let me see. Am I running? I am running Roar in that. Yeah, that's like the most useful thing for Roar on Excalibur is it's buffing Radio Javelin damage. Have I used my Tyrant Strike this whole time? I don't think so. I could use the extra energy here, because remember the slams from this actually generate universal orbs. So like that slam right there that hits in Vrax Ghosts in the millions. I was showing that first on the stream. Going to Conjunction Survival, just nuking the Thrax Ghosts with it. Oh, sneeze. Sorry about that. Feels real good. Do you think the old Arcane Fury, Arcane Strike combo scales good in Cascade Cap? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I have a video. I'm trying to think I think my base Excalibur level cap run, I actually used Strike. I just think there's better options than Arcane Fury and Arcane Strike nowadays. Like, I think there's so many better options now. Especially with the brand new old piece ones. The old piece ones are so good. Even though in this build I'm not using any of them. It's kind of the amusing part. But in my other build, I'm using like Expertise. It's like I'd rather free up a mod slot than an arcane slot. And get that extra. With how many augments you generally run. Like, look at the range on that. So like you see how far that was the slam. You know, because I think I'm out of slams now. But that was one of the one of the seismic impact slams from Unaru that was reaching probably a good 100 meters away. It's insane. It's so good. It really is. It makes Nariman's problems even worse. Like, they haven't fixed the spectral blades. That was the first thing I tested on the hotfix to see if it was like a stealth fix, and it wasn't. It wasn't in there. I think I'm supposed to... Come on, pick it up. Do the thing. Yeah, the nice thing about this build too is it's really controller friendly. Like I don't mention it in my new build guide, but just in general, this is such a controller friendly build because you think you cast Warcry once, Exalted Blade once, and then you just do this. And you know, for Umbra and for this build, obviously you just transference once every 40 seconds, which isn't too big of a deal, but it's probably one of the lowest lowest maintenance builds in the game because you don't really even need the combo for this to make it work. The combo is a self-correcting issue. I just use operator to kill these. The fun part about melee-only gameplay is your operator is so much more powerful now that you can more reliably run melee-only and not run into significant limitations. Yeah, 100% strips. That was one thing that I wasn't aware of until I showcased this in my newest video. Someone pointed out in the comments that when you're after you proc your Tyrant Strike, I don't know how long it lasts, but you'll armor strip with just your attacks. Like with Exalted Blade, it'll armor strip. It's a cool feature. It's definitely a notable feature. I don't know if it applies any uniquely to the second ability, like Caustic Strike or whatever. I don't think there's anything unique about it in comparison, but... Alright, speaking of, we're gonna do this thing. Bam. Just to proc it. Oh. Did I get a stack? I at least got some stacks. The difference in damage when I don't proc Furious Javelin against this boss is nuts. That's kind of the way most bosses work. If you can get even one stack of it, it's worth it. Like, look at the heavy attacks on that. And then it's about to expire, and I'll show, like, the difference on the heavy attacks without Furious Javelin up. It doesn't actually look too much different right now. That doesn't fit my narrative. I usually notice a pretty good difference when I actually proc it or not. Even just one stack. Just generating some universal orbs from that. So I'll see how good other people's amps are. Oh, I got this bug, of course. Surprised they haven't fixed this one yet. Only the host can see it. So I can't do anything here. I think I have to die to be able to see it. I don't get to show you my I don't get to show you my build. It's rude. Very rude. I have forgotten a very good base Steel Path guild for baby Tennos. Triple Umbral with adaptation. Yeah, and I think persistence falls nicely into that too. You just have to do a little bit of stuff to get the armor, but even then, like, you can run Reaper instead. Like Reaper would be a good option for Baby Tenno running persistence. My this build would work really well for Baby Tenno, even though it's reliant on like universal fallout and stuff. The problem I have with building stuff around the problem I have with building stuff around lower MR people is I don't know what is MR restricted or not. It's been so long for me. What's going on here? I think one of these guys are bugging this out, making it not work. But it's like, that's the problem I run into is I might say like, oh, use this arcane, but then it's MR capped at like 14 or something because I just don't know. I just don't know these things. I feel like you can look them up on the wiki, but it's hard for me to gauge what those are. Oh, see, if we're basing this around Baby Tenno, they might not have armor shards. That's the whole point. You can get Reaper. Let me see. Arcane Reaper Warframe. What's the cap on this? What's the MR requirement? Like, it's one of those things, I don't even remember arcanes having MR requirements. I don't know which ones do. Trading arcanes require you to be MR 11 or higher. Trading Arcane Reaper, so you have to be MR 11 to get Arcane Reaper. So, like, that might not even be an option. You see how they still haven't acknowledged how buggy Torrent Strikes are, yeah. I was hoping their first hotfix they would fix this, but they didn't. What do you think about negative impact on a Yunga ribbon? I think that's fine. If it's really good, then I would not keep going. So impact, negative impact on this. Like, yeah, you lose some impact damage, but you're probably going to get better viral. Like, negative impact might be better on this. It's just negative zoom is not as limiting, I guess, potentially. It's pretty close. I'd say if you got like a really good one with negative impact, definitely stop rolling it. Save your Kuba. Yeah, give it a year and they'll fix Taron Strikes. Yeah, I'm glad I can help buildcraft your Umbra. I did upload a video today going over a lot of my build crafting, and it's like I tried to make this as digestible as possible, but I might not do the best job at it at all times, or most of the time. But I feel like I got my point across on that video, where like a lot of build crafting in the modern game for Warframe involves making compromises between mod slots, arcanes, and archon shards. And so you kind of have to think about like, well, what's more valuable here? Using duration as a mod, using it as an archon shard, or even using it as an arcane, because you can do that on all of them. Same thing with strength. Same thing with like if you have requirements for augments and strength, or I mean not strength, but range. Like, you can't get range in anything other than mods. Like, you can't get range on arcanes. You can't get it on archon shards. So it's like you have to think about, like, what's required for this build to be optimal. How do I fit strength into it? Is strength and duration are the two. And even, you can even talk about max energy, because you think battery and archon shards for that, but that one's one of the hardest arguments to make. So that's kind of what that video covers, and that should apply globally. That should apply to not just Excalibur, but also to any Warframe. It's sort of like how I build craft and how I do that sort of stuff. And hopefully that helps people better build craft around things not Excalibur, because feel free to play what you want. That's the best thing about this game. You can play literally nothing but Excalibur and be able to play all the in-game content just fine. Even without equipping primaries and secondaries, you can play all in-game content without a problem. Yeah, you getting good ribbon with negative zooms. Yeah, pure luxury. I'll minus zoom. I was really happy when I rolled this. Like, obviously, this is a unicorn. I need to delist these. I don't think I have these. I don't think I have this one delisted. I don't need to sell that. I don't want to sell that. Like, I don't have to roll another one of these, because that's like, I think this is best in slot because if you added a third thing to it, it's like, what would you add? And then you would just be getting less crit damage and less multi-shot. Like +2, -1s on Kuva Yunga are really good. I obviously have this one. This is one I rolled. Oh, wow. I rolled this back when these first came out. I bought one of these when they first came out, and I'm pretty sure I rolled that from 0 and got that. I rolled this one from 0 and got that. Yeah, you consider you would maybe get like 70 or 80 increased damage from this if you had damage, crit damage, multi-shot. So really just roll a +2. Even if it doesn't have a negative, just roll like multi-shot, crit damage if you can. Either one of those values will be beneficial, and then you're getting crit chance here, you're getting more multi-shot here. You really don't even need it to have multi-shot. It's even arguable whether this is more valuable than just adding more elemental damage too. You could probably just add more elemental damage and it would be similar value to like a really well-rolled Riven. Notice I'm not even running like automatic trigger. You think you could just run automatic trigger on this. Like you could get firing rate on this too. I don't think a +3 -1 with firing rate would be worth it. But if you had like firing rate and crit damage or firing rate and multi-shot or crit damage and whatever, any combination of those. Yeah, plus recoil is a good one. It really depends. Thing is, you'll be hugging 4 augments on Umbra. Chromatically, yep. Yep. Yeah, and this is the cool part about this build. Like I said, I have a whole build guide on this. When you do the math on this, it actually outperforms between Blessing, Unaru, Warcry, and in Unaru, like multiple parts of Unaru. This actually outperforms Triple Umbral in terms of how much armor and health that you get from it. And it just fits better. Like it feels really good. I would highly recommend trying this. And obviously, run Warrior's Rest here. Don't run Power Drift unless you're running this on Prime. Or base Excalibur. Run Warrior's Rest over this, and it'll work. I'll let this up for a moment. I'm going to top my tea off real quick. Okay. I have returned. Yeah, the thing I've been trying to figure out and trying to really get optimized before I make it is another forum thread. Making sure I at no point make any sort of even tangential association with Excalibur Prime to where some really petty forum moderator can then take it down for that reason. But I would still suspect, even if I do all of that, they're still going to take it down. They're going to find some stupid reason to do that. But I almost don't want to do this. But it's quite possible if multiple people are putting full threads and then like kind of doing a nice little circle around and commenting on other people's threads. Like really, really, I almost don't want to do it. It basically like call to action. Everyone make forum threads about Excalibur, about buffing Excalibur, base Excalibur, or making a toggle for Umbra and making duplicates on Samaras. I think those are the 3 things. If we could like focus in on that that's gonna what might actually be possible. So like buffing Excalibur's base stats, maybe they just do all of them. Buffing Excalibur's base stats to match Excalibur Umbra. Or if you don't want to do that, make a sentient toggle so that we can actually make full proper builds that aren't compromised on Umbra, and then adding his blueprint to Samaras so that we can have multiple versions of him to have proper build diversity. For the simple fact that you literally don't get that on Excalibur. No one gets that on Excalibur. The closest you can get to that is if you have Prime and Umbra, or if you have like 2 Umbras. 2 Umbras comes pretty close to having Prime and Excalibur Umbra in terms of being able to make build diversity. Obviously, Umbra would still, even if you had 2 Umbras, you still have the compromise of his sentience. And even me, I don't even have the flexibility to do what other people can do with or what everyone else can do with any other Warframe, to put it simply. That's kind of like the core issue here, the core problem. So I think you can basically flood the forums with that. That might work. If the forums were full and the mods were just basically doing nothing but trying to take down posts that like weren't even talking about Excalibur Prime, it was just a lot of posts talking about fixing Umbra and just focusing on Umbra and base Excalibur and just leaving Prime out of it entirely so that forum mods can't take it down. Then we could have the forums just flooded with it, and then DE basically has to do something at that point. Of just completely changing the entire narrative. And then hopefully they fix it, and then it's no longer a problem, and we can kind of rest easy. Considering how mods behave, I don't really... I'm trying not to swear here. I really don't care what moderators think. And if that involves them doing something they're not supposed to, and like acting maliciously on, I don't know, giving me warnings or whatever on the forums, I really don't care at this point. I don't even care if that compromises long-term accounts. Give me an excuse to quit this game. Like, literally, give me an excuse to quit this game if it's reasonable. Good. Okay, I'm gone. Like, genuinely. That's kind of how I feel about that. If they're not willing to fix this fundamental of an issue, after, like, really thinking about it and figuring out, like, yeah, this isn't... You know, a lot of this I was ignorant to up until making a bunch of build videos and getting a lot of feedback on the issues of Umbra and playing a bunch more Umbra after that, and then really understanding this problem. Like, I think unless you really drown yourself in this problem, you don't really understand it. I think if you listen and understand some of these points that we make about it, then that can sort of circumvent the ridiculous requirement there is to to replicate it yourself. We're gonna do the yeah, and it's like you have these crazy... It's kind of pathetic how maliciously antagonistic some of these other forum users are against this whole topic. It's like, what are you doing? Like, who are you defending here? But every community has that. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you clearly don't understand this problem. You clearly aren't listening to the points that are being made here. What are you doing? Oh, you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to participate without actually participating. I don't get it. It's annoying. Luckily, I don't have to run into that in real life, because that would be insufferable. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Or I get some of those YouTube comments about that. Like, you just want Prime, and it's like, you didn't watch the video, did you? Those are amusing. Like, you just feel sorry. I kind of feel sorry for those people, because it's like, what point did that person get to the point where they lack that level of reading comprehension or just understanding of things? And that might not be even their fault. That might just be limitations on their part that they haven't done a good job at solving. That's my nicest way to put that. Sometimes I feel bad. It's only Had some crazy pushback for adding a walk button. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. You can't really walk on PC. It's not something I've ever really tried to do, but it's like, if that's a gap... I'm trying to think, with controller, you can kind of just, like, slowly move it and it walks, right? It's been so long. I don't try those things. But I can see how you want to do that with, like, role-playing and stuff. It's perfectly viable. You know, they had that in World of Warcraft where you could slow walk. There's, like, a little toggle you could do. And people did that all the time because it was cool. It was a little RP thing that you could do. Yeah, someone like, you just won Excalibur Prime, literally playing Excalibur Prime. I'm like, okay, you guys are weird. I feel like those people are trolling. I have to assume, for my own sanity, I think they're just trolling. I think that's the best way to look at that. Like, you can't be this stupid or lack this level of basic observation skills. You're probably just trolling. You're just rage baiting. It's probably what it is. And if it isn't, assume it is because it's better for you. Big slam. Look at all that damage. Big slam. How much damage does that do? Oh, it didn't even hit him. That's rude. Ow. A friendly reminder that I need to proc poise. Getting knocked down. Still, running Prime Shriftfoot in this build is literally worthless. You're losing 15% strength or sacrificing on a Violet Orb conversion for that. It's not worth it. Just use poise. Why I'm running it. I'm just not used to Unaru as much as I should anymore. Even when I ran Unaru, I was using Prime Shriftfoot like an idiot. So this build that I'm running right now does in fact work on Umbra. If you look at my, this is my Exalted Blade Chromatic Influence Fallout. I just uploaded a build video on it today. If you go to like 4 minutes or 5 minutes in the video, you can see it, and I make it very clear. Power Drift is what I'm running on it. If you're running this on Umbra, use Warrior's Rest, and that's the equivalency there. So this build runs Power Drift. That means on Umbra it's literally the same. The only difference is you don't get a unconditional 30% knockdown immunity, which is like near unusable or near worthless, I would say, because you're running Unaru, so you're getting full knockdown, slow, stagger immunity innately. Which also frees up your ability to run an additional arcane or amp mod or Tauren Strike mod, because you don't need to run the knockdown immunity on your operator. Which in my case is damage. I run increased damage on it. I show that in the video too. I show the full build for it, including weapon recommendations. This waypoint going all crazy. Wait, I don't think I had. Oh, I do have 3 slams left. Oh damn! Probably use those. Look at all that damage out there. It's dumb how far the range is on the slam. And that is, yeah. Look at. He gets so many kills. Pretty much all of my kills that aren't melee kills here are from the slam. So it's quite possible I have like 150 kills with that slam. because you see how many things it kills when I just do it. And you get 5 of those. You get 1 from the initial Tauren strike, and then you get 4 on your melee. And they drop universal orbs, which synergize very well with this build. Oh, it works so well. Unaru is genuinely the best focus school for this. I've also ran at level cap. One of my buddies who is pretty much the opposite of me. If you've seen my most recent level cap video, where we're in persistence, it's a beast to priest. Is it beast? Priest to beast. Yeah, if you see him in a lot of my gameplay, I'm like steel. I run Void Cascade with him all the time. He's basically the opposite of me. He is the opposite of a one-trick pony. I'll actually show him off here because he's got some really interesting things on his account. Just to really show. So this guy is such not a one-trick pony. If this hopefully doesn't break my game. That he does not have a most used Warframe. That's how non-one-trick pony this guy is. Look at this. You ever seen that? It's ridiculous. Because his Warframe usage is so spread out that like look at his Warframe usage. He's the literal opposite of me. He's the opposite of a one-trick pony. He uses everything. And he's been using Madurai for Void Cascade, and I've been showing him, like, hey, you should really try using Unaru because the slam can literally clear the map, and you get 4 of them afterwards. Like, he's seen that now, and he's gonna start using Unaru for it instead, because it probably is better than Madurai now. Like, Madurai's Void Strike is entirely unnecessary to kill. Like, you have so much more damage now against Thrax Ghosts, and then being able to just nuke the whole map of them with a slam that you could use at any time, pretty much, is really good. Yeah, how he does... his account is bugged. Like, obviously, I have... My most used Warframe is kind of ridiculous. Just, you know... And my second most used is Necros. Third most used is Umbra. And then it goes to literal beta. Like, my 4th and 5th are from literally the beta. Like, the last time I played Loki was the beta. The last time I played Vauban, the beta. Same thing with... Well, let's see. No, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Because it's like, that's all I use. I started with Loki, and then I switched to Vauban when I got to, like, endgame. Where Loki, you couldn't run Loki. You needed either like a Frost or you either needed like a Frost, a Vauban, and then I forget the other 2. I didn't really care about the other 2. Those are the 2 that I remember. You needed a Vauban to prevent them from entering the bubble, and you needed a bubble to prevent them from killing the objective from outside of the circle. And that's what you did. That's what I had to run, because no one invited Excaliburs or a Loki before that. Now the game, you can pretty much run anything, and it's just good. And it's so nice. Can I armor strip those things? No. Yeah, Vauban was endgame. So way back in the beta, it was because, like, Frost really wasn't that good, but Frost prevented them from shooting the defense objective. So whether that was mobile defense or whether that was defense. So Frost gave the bubble to protect it, and then Vauban, you had a circle around that to lift them up and do the thing. It's a second ability, whatever it is. It's like Bastille or whatever. It's been so, like I said, it's been so long. I think it's a second ability. Let me look. Luckily, I can link these things in game. Oh boy, is this completely different now? I don't even know what happened with the rework. This ability, Bastille. I have no idea what his rework is. That they did like several years ago. So yeah, it's last time I played him, the beta. I didn't even switch to Vauban Prime when it came out, because I was playing Excalibur and Necros at that point. Yeah, he was a crucial part of the endgame when he came out, and I I don't even remember how you acquired him, because when he came out, I believe I bought the Founders Pack already, and I bought him with Platinum, if I remember correctly. I bought him with Platinum right away, the 370 Platinum or whatever that it cost for me to buy him back then, because it was like literally I was unable to play the end game because I didn't have like Frost Prime built, or I didn't have him ranked up, something like that, and it was just I couldn't participate. No one wanted Lokis, no one wanted Excalibur Primes for like those type of missions. I used Excalibur Prime perfectly fine and Exterminate and all that kind of stuff, just the defense objective ones. Okay, do I have slams? I do have slams. Bam. I'm gonna burn through all of these. And we're gonna do another one. Yeah, I remember it being like, it was awful, whatever it was, the farm for it. If like the wiki and the source for that, it's just like, I remember seeing his abilities being like, okay, so this is going to be required, and then buying Vauban right off the rip, right when he came out, in the patch that he came out in, whatever that patch was how I actually participated in an endgame. Like, maybe, I'm trying to think, maybe I didn't even have Frost Prime by the time that came out, and so me getting Vauban was how I was able to then get, like, Paris Prime, Frost Prime, because I wanted Paris Prime, just to show this, like, talking about my most used, I was primarily, back in the beta, using Paris, or regular Paris, and then I switched to Paris Prime when I actually got it, and I remember Paris Prime lower limb, and this is Torrid usage, like, well before they added the Incarnate. I used the Incarnate, but I've used the original Torrid before that when it first came out with Necros during like defense and stuff. But yeah, like you went from Paris to Paris Prime and farming like the lower limb. I think it was like the lower limb dropped off of mobile defense. If anyone was playing back then and remembers. Like, I think it was mobile defense where the Paris Prime lower limb dropped, and I had like 4 copies of everything except the lower limb. So I was just waiting on the lower limb for a long time, trying to farm it out. It was pretty bad. I think I'm doing my job here. Yeah, I think I did my job in this group.
The indifference lies. It wants you to doubt yourself. But you have triumphed today.
Yeah, now you just gate kept by the amount of night waves, unless you can get them from like Circuit. You know, think about how crazy Circuit is. The fact that you can just get a Warframe, even if you're just getting a duplicate for Subsume. Like, just looking at this, like, what do we have this week? Like, getting another copy of Nidus. I think Nidus is hard to get. I don't even remember. I think I just bought him with Plat because I could when I went to go like get him for mastery fodder. Oh, hero parts. Like, I don't even think I built Octavia. I think I just did the Octavia quest even because I just bought her with platinum. It's like when I was pushing MR, it was like you'd think time is money. If you had the Riven market success that I had, it just simply isn't worth farming stuff when it's like, oh no, I'm losing like, I think I spent pushing to MR cap. I think I genuinely spent like 10,000 platinum just to like buy all the parts for everything, and then I was straight up rushing them, just being that dumb. It sucks waiting for all the parts, and then also waiting for the build like of the Warframe. I think I literally burned 10k plat. Like, if I remembering the value, I literally burned like 10k plat just to power level to mastery cap, because like I don't want to do all this. I just want to power level in SO and ESO, all this stuff, just to have it, and then I can go back to playing Excalibur. And then in this case, it's like you just ride the MR cap. Like, once you hit the MR cap, all you have to do is just keep getting the MR cap, and then you don't have to worry about playing catch-up on anything. You can kind of just do what you want in the game. It's kind of a different perspective. If you play these games to, like, farm out all the things and do all the completionist stuff, then, like, power leveling all that is probably gross. But for people like me who want to build craft, I just don't want to have to deal with having incomplete equipment. So it was like, okay, well, I have plenty of resources to just power everything through and just buy it from the market. So that's what I did. Yeah, and I buy a lot of the packs. Like, I think I bought Uriel's pack just because I wanted to try his subsume. So I actually power leveled Uriel because I wanted to see how this worked, this subsume. So I bought the pack, I power leveled him, and then I also wanted to try the new bayonet weapon. That was another reason why I got the pack. And then I wanted to see how well the subsume worked, and it works. It's not great. It has iframes in it and all that stuff, but you lose the major effect, which is the ability for it to drop health orbs and energy orbs. Like, you just don't get that, because you don't get this Golfaglor effect. Yeah, so the effect is removed, so it really even shouldn't show in this. It should just show the heal and drain, because that's all it does. So kind of unfortunate. But I power leveled him. I did that, and then I have another copy that I built. This is usually how I do it. So I have him mastered, but this one's rank 0 because it probably doesn't even have a catalyst in it. Just because if I want to play with him, I'll build him out and do all that later. But I at least have a spare copy of him. But notice he's rank 0, and I have all of the warframes, so I mastered him and then subsumed him and then rushed it so I could play the subsumed day 1. I was hopeful that it would be nice, but no. Did I do Dissentia already? I did. Okay. Well then. Ooh. Has it been 2 hours? It has not. It has been an hour and a half approximately. I never even finished this. Look at me. I'm so distracted. Precision weapon. I think Vendaria counts. Yeah, we'll LFG that. Also, when a new Prime Warframe comes out, it is nice to say that I have all the Prime Warframes, as unnecessary as that is. Let's see if I can get enough energy. Oh, we got one orb.
We're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
Oh, Araxia. Like, a lot of times, so I've started doing this. When a new Warframe comes out, if it's interesting enough to me, I will actually build it out.
The enemy is on high alert.
I've done that to a few of them, but it takes a particular one. Like, I think I did that to Araxia later, but I didn't fully build her out. I did that to Dante when he came out, because Dante was very interesting to me. Dante is probably my second favorite Warframe, to put it simply. If I had to exclude variations of Excalibur, Dante's probably my second favorite Warframe. Because he's like a whole completely different playstyle to what I play. So when you talk about ability casting, I don't really like the gunplay in this game in general. I don't think it's as good as other games. I'd rather play other games if I'm going to do gunplay. So then if I want to just do pure abilities, that's literally what Dante is. And the build I have for him, I've been reluctant to make a video on because I don't really think it's anything interesting. But it's a very powerful build. It's what I used for the solo ETA last week to get the... Maybe the week before? To get the medal. You know, the fancy, like, fully ranked up chest thing. I didn't use Excalibur for this. Like, full disclaimer, I didn't use Excalibur to rank all the way up to that. That was not worth my time. To try to, like, painstakingly do that with Excalibur just to say that I could. I didn't do that. I used Dante, I used Calervo for it. I made it easy for myself. I wasn't gonna, like, sweat it out with Excalibur. not very conducive to that type of time-gated stuff, too. Yeah, exactly. The gunplay is nothing out of the ordinary. Hitting big numbers. There's nothing wrong with hitting big numbers. I guess in my type of gameplay style, having that nice balance, like what I described in my buildcrafting video that I just uploaded today that you guys probably haven't seen yet, but I explain how like there's a balance between defensiveness, utility, and strength that you can actually meet that doesn't limit you in like level cap or anything. Like you can do everything by having this nice balance, and that's what I try to reach. Because for me, it's like if I make my build too squishy, I can't maintain forward momentum on melee gameplay, or I have to stop and do stuff like spam Vazarin or hop into Unaru's immunity. Like you slow down your gameplay when you're compromising on your defensiveness. Same thing with utility. If you don't have enough utility and like crowd control or energy regeneration or anything like that, when you compromise on that, the build simply doesn't flow well, and then that's going to limit your strength and your power and stuff. So it's like you have to balance these things, and that's what that build video is about. I do it obviously pretty well on Excalibur. It's where pretty much all my builds are based around. On Dante, I think the best example is that isn't Excalibur is probably on Dante, because Bright Bonnet is an extremely good subsume on Dante, because it solves two of his major issues, I guess, or two of the things you would want with subsume, which is more strength, a buff effect, and I guess also energy. So 3 effects. So you get more strength for you and your whole team, so you're buffing your whole team that way, including you, which you're buffing your team with your 4. You know, the whole purpose of Dante is making your team like immortal, do more damage, give them extra utility, and then do like insane amounts of damage as well with you know, doing the whatever is Dark Verse twice, whatever one that one is. And then you can just, as a Dante, you can just sit there and bounce on it. Like, I'll actually show this. This is dumb. I run Vazarin on it. It doesn't need a focus school. Probably, if I had to choose those, Zenaruk is probably better for it. You know, it's cool too because you get the book. But if you wanted to be able to have the utility of reviving your whole team, then Vazarin is there. Grimoire, I think I remember needing to switch this. So the ability strength on this isn't that useful. I was going to switch this to energy regen because sometimes you would run into energy regeneration issues, and I don't want to run that. So similar on Excalibur, unless you're running Umbra, if you get below energy, there's no recovery. So I kept forgetting to switch this so that this will be my energy recovery if I run out, which happens if you're not paying attention. Yep. Concentration, really good. Summoner's Wrath is there to buff your companion because my companion's doing most of the work on this build, other than me just nuking the map with with Dark Verses. I did put Warrior back on. Oh, let's see. Yeah, well, I'll just show this. Just a reminder of how ridiculous Dante is. Oh, do I have the most... Oh, also, a little ashamed to admit this, but I did actually have to do the solo ETA twice. Yeah, I do have the grand one on there. I did have to do the solo ETA twice because I switched to Dante and I didn't put the grandest XX on him. And it doesn't count if it's on your operator and you extract as your operator, because I saw it after I killed the tank. Because last week was actually kind of rough. It was like defense and then something. Oh, it was defense, the Legocytes, and then the tank. And I got through the whole thing. And I happened to do like this thing, and I was like, oh, please. I didn't put the chest thing on it. So then I transferred into operator, and extract as operator didn't count. So I had to do it twice. Yeah. Also, it was not fun. Would not recommend. And the irony behind that is I did every single one of those where I was validating it pretty religiously every single time of, oh, do I have it on? Do I have it on? And then I think I probably got kind of pissed off because I tried to do ETA solo as Excalibur to start. And then I got to literally the last wave on defense. And I think the guy, I couldn't kill the guy. And it was probably because I wasn't running Unaru. I was trying to run my like Nourish build. The like big guy that goes and explodes. I was on the last wave of the defense and I fail it. But I don't think I would have, in that build, I probably wouldn't even gotten all the way through. I would have had to run a different build to get all the way through to the very end with the tank. Because the tank is rough, put it simply. So the fun thing, just to remind you, you can bounce on both at the same time, and you can just sit here and do this. This is peak Dante gameplay. So as you can do this infinitely, and you have infinite energy, and you're giving your entire team a strength buff. This peak Dante. And then if you need the Grimoire, I guess you can use it. But notice all the damage my companion's doing. You're kind of like playing a shaman. You put down your totems. For those that have played WoW, you put down your totems and then you just do stuff. And you just gotta make sure you place your totems back down. With circumvent or concentration, the extra duration, the new arcane they just added, you're constantly casting, so concentration's just always up. You know, like this arcane concentration, just always up because you're just constantly casting. He's got to make sure you don't run out. And you can just sit here and bounce. My pro tip on Dante, I'll remind everyone, I have abilities on my mouse, so I don't have to actually click anything on the keyboard. Like, we'll do this. So here's my other hand, and this is me casting. So that's what I recommend, just having those alt keybinds on your mouse. Scroll up, scroll down are worthless for the normal keybinds, so just program those to like ability 1 and 2. Makes it really easy. It's a trick that I learned in WoW that I used all of my druid forms on. I had like full control shift, alt shift, control shift, alt mouse wheel keybinds, and it was really easy. You know, 84 seconds or whatever of your buffs is more than sufficient. The Summoner's Wrath is there because that's, you know, it's faction damage for companions, so you might as well. It's like probably one of the best drop-in auras for your team, in my opinion. No matter who's on the team. I'll do like one round of this just so you can see. I don't know if this is worth a build video. I play this quite a here and there. Like if I get bored, I don't play it enough though, I think, to really know if this is the best build, which is what I really try to do. But I think if you haven't tried Bright Bonnet on Umbra, it is very good. Other thing I'm not even doing right now is I should be hitting this because I can stack Impetus fully with my companion, so I'm not even getting my full strength value right now. Don't need it at all. There's probably a better arcane to use now on your companion or on your like your Noctua. This is really a Sentinel build. My Sentinel is doing probably most of the work here. Because you think too, when you do your Dark Verse, like your double Dark Verse 4, you're taking the heat damage, the heat viral, and you're stacking that. Like you're consuming those stacks from your companion. So your companion's priming up your enemies with an insane amount of heat. which is really what made it easy on that ETA, especially the defense mission with those little floaty guys. Like, this is the exact build I ran in that ETA to solo ETA. Yeah, this isn't Nautilus, this is Worm, so that I can get the increased I can get the reinforced bond. Why not? So like my Grimoire actually does lethal damage, which is impressive because I got Furex Wraith with its Amalgamod for the increased firing rate. And it's got Enervate on it. It's very powerful. You know, I wonder, I don't think I have Irradiate yet. I could probably run Irradiate and see how well that works. I'll show you something funny. Just like how much damage this does to like one-shotting acolytes with it. It's so dumb. We're gonna throw this down and we'll kill the... I'll show you how you can just kill the Thrax ghosts without having to use Operator because this does void damage. It's pretty nice. Should work. I don't know if I've actually tested this or not. We'll find out.
Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I fear we are seeing the consequences of that risk now.
So I'm just gonna stay out of Operator and we're gonna see. I think that's the companion damage. I gotta do some spread. Nope, doesn't look like it does it. Okay. This is why I test these things. I should start writing these down. So yeah, this doesn't do any void damage to him. I gotta actually hop into Operator. Unaru does. Another reason to use Unaru. You can just slam with a seismic slam stack and then kill both of them in one shot. So yeah, Dante. Dante, very, very good. Much good. I love Dante. Not as much as Excalibur, though. And Bright Bonnet, definitely, if you haven't tried it, highly recommend. Probably the best thing to just fix his kit. Like, you think the things his kit lacks, that solves. Waiting for circuit rotation? Yeah. Yeah, and remember too, it's like time is money in that scenario. If you do other stuff, like if you're waiting for here, I'll demonstrate this. So let's say you're waiting for an arcane or a incarnate adapter to go into rotation. You could, instead of waiting for it to get in rotation and doing it through Steel Path, which then takes all that time, you could farm the platinum necessary to then just buy it and then get Pathos clamps, all the materials, all that stuff. It is a time is money relationship. It's nice that way. Yeah, Shroom, literal cheat code for energy. Yeah, it's... When you think, what's the problem on Dante? His energy. And what does it also give? Strength to you and your whole team. So it's like... It's so good on Dante. It just reminds me of like playing a shaman. Playing like Rollercraft and playing a shaman. Oh, not her. We might as well buy Might as well buy Opinion while I'm here. Thanks. But just remember that Calervo, Lavero, actually has whatever... Can you just buy all of them now, or am I dumb? Did I go to the wrong menu? I went to the wrong menu. There we go. Just a reminder, you can buy any of the adapters at any point. What I should probably do, because I'm lazy, I kind of wanted to throw one of these on Prism on base Skana. I don't think I have an incarnate adapter already queued up for it. You know what? Let's do it. There you go.
Okay. Later.
Yeah, you can only buy it when it's in rotation. What the idea is that if you save up enough platinum during the period where you're waiting, then you can just get it as soon as the week happens, and then you're not really waiting as long, because you think of how long it takes for you to then go and farm and do all that kind of stuff. Let me see, do I even have a base Skana right now? Oh. Blueprint. No, well, we're not going to be that lazy. I'm not, I might make some poor choices, but I'm not going to do that. All right. So I'm gonna actually put an incarnate adapter on that. I've been meaning to do that. I keep forgetting to do that. So we're gonna do that now. Rotation, 14 minutes. I actually do have a Protea Prime setup. Notice I have 2 polarizations on her. I have her set up specifically for Steel Path Circuit, and it's mostly around her turrets. It's not a crazy build. It's not even worth showing. It does what it needs to do for when I decide to use it. I guess I can do that. A lot of exterminates here. Ooh. Okay, we might as well do that. I don't need steel essence, but we haven't done these in a while. Yeah, I sold some ribbons. The weird thing about a ribbon market when you sell high value ribbons is that you'll get like, it's weird. I'll get no sales for weeks, and then all of a sudden I get like 3 sales in one night. I don't know why, but it's how it seems to work reliably now. And I won't complain. You know, half the time I'm AFK in this game because I'm literally... It's like I get home, I launch the game, I go to my garage and my gym, I eat, and it's just like, it's in the background if someone messages me for a sale. Yeah. I don't worry too much about it now. Obviously, I don't really need to get sales, but it's nice when they come in. My sales have gone down dramatically after stat sticks were removed, but that was a net positive because Excalibur profited off of it quite heavily while it lasted. Yeah, I rolled, what was the other ribbon? Like, I sold a dual liquor ribbon for quite a lot that I've been hanging on to for a while. I had literally the exact same version of it, same name and everything, just like slightly different rolled. Like the crit multi-shot minus mag, I think on literally both of them were like that. And having 2 of them was dumb because I had one and then I rolled one. And so it was like, well, there's no sense in me having 2 of these. And then I had a dual liquor ribbon that I rolled that was pretty good. It was like damage, electric, attack speed, minus efficiency. And I sold that for, I think, like 2K. Sure. It's listed for what I thought it was worth. And someone also thought it was worth that much, and they bought it. And so, you know, it's a good, like, almost 2,000 platinum profit from that, from just rolling a ribbon. It's how I make all of my plat. Like, good night, Shadow. You're probably already gone. From bottom to top, status chance, electricity, cold. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, if you put toxin in front of that, then that's a 2 mod ribbon. Yeah. The status chance rolling isn't great, but you know, that status chance is valuable because I think there's a breakpoint on Radka. Like, let me look. I think there's a breakpoint on Radka Dark Dagger for status chance. So if it's like at least 50%, which it probably is, plus 3 minus 1, it's probably 50%. Let me look at a neutral. So like 30%. 120, 440. So your base amount of crit. So like 260%. So if you had another like 50 or 60% status chance on that ribbon, status chance really doesn't scale that well, but in this case, like, that's pretty good. The problem is that this is the weird part about Radka Dark Dagger, it's this weird niche in the ribbon market because people will buy them for Hildren, and then that's like what they have on Hildren because it's just way too good on Hildren. And the difference between like no ribbon and a ribbon on that is pretty massive in how you can solve problems in the build. Like here, I don't get any attack speed because I have to use cold and electric to get viral and electric. So your ribbon, like you can put on, you basically get a free mod slot there. So then they can put on whatever they want, whoever buys that. They can even give it more radiation damage, which you otherwise can't get. Like you think it would be beneficial for you to increase this radiation damage to make it more likely to proc status-wise. So they could even put that on there. They could even give it initial combo. Like giving it initial combo will help scale, like having this scale quicker than just melee attacking. Like there's so many options. Even like notice I can't even get crit chance in here, which yeah, the crit chance sucks in it. And the crit damage also sucks in it because it's like 1.8. This is with Tenacious Bond, so it's 1.8. So you can generally just ignore crit, but in builds where you add crit, like if you add Fierce Wrathful Advance to it, it's stupid. Like when I used to socket this into my like full violet crit damage Wrathful Advance Excalibur, it was dumb. It's just dumb. But there's a lot of cool options. Even running like Lasting Sting would be viable-ish here. I don't think it scales well with influence, but there's so many good options for you to slot into it when you have a ribbon like that. I sold my last one. What did I sell my last one for? It was a heat going from top to bottom. It was like combo electric heat, and so it was a forced gas with minus. What did it have minus? It had a harmless minus. I think efficiency, heavy attack efficiency. It was really harmless, and I sold that for I think 1,800 platinum. As soon as I dropped it in lower in price, that was another ribbon that I sold recently. And like pretty much as soon as I dropped the price on it, I had it as high as 5K for a while because I didn't want to sell it. And in this case, I wanted to sell it. I wanted to get away from it because persistence builds and all that. But yeah, liquidating, trying to get rid of a lot of my ribbons, so I don't have them laying around. I just don't use many of them anymore. Just to reiterate that point, having a good Dark Dagger ribbon on the market is usually very little competition, and that's kind of the whole point. And then when someone who wants to buy it specifically for Hildren will show up, and they will pay quite a bit for it to make their Hildren good. Especially if they're a Hildren main or they like really like Hildren and then they're like, okay, I want to send full send on Hildren. If you wanted the quick turnaround, you could probably list it for like a K, like 1,000, and it would probably turn pretty quick. That would be my guess. But you could probably sell it for as high as like 3 if you're willing to wait for the right buyer. Does this Crossfire have caches? It does not. I forget which ones have caches and which ones don't. Best part about Exalted Blade is when you're waiting for people to open the door, you can just kill them through the walls. If DE really didn't like me anymore, they could just say that I have wall hacks and ban me. Doesn't matter. I'm using Excalibur, and you can see him on the mini map through the through the walls. He's hitting them through walls. He's wall hacking. Fucking take him out. How would you say Dark Dagger ribbon is? Yeah, I would say if it's got the right order, put it in the description. So just make sure if you when you list that ribbon in the description, say that, like, literally put the order that it is statted in, because otherwise people don't know. Like, if I don't see it being listed, and it's priced high, I'm not going to assume. And sometimes it's not worth asking the person if this thing is ordered properly. So just consider that. Consider putting the order in there so that you can tell someone who's looking at it, like, oh, this actually will work with Viral Electric. And I would probably list it for like anywhere from 1K to 2K, depending on your... There's a problem with Rivens of like, you know, if you want to list it for something that sells relatively quickly, you generally take a slight hit on the profit, but it's like, well, what is that worth? Is it worth more getting the profit or sitting on it longer to maybe get more? Like you price out customers that you otherwise wouldn't price out, listing it slightly lower. So then you just think of, well, what would I actually buy this Riven at if I was a Hildren looking for a really good Dark Dagger Riven that can slot in for 2 mod slots? And that's kind of the that's how I list my Rivens. I think what would I actually pay for it, which includes if you want to buy something and relist it for a higher price. If you see something that you would pay 2K for and someone's listing it for 600, and you buy it, and you turn around and put it on the market for 1800. That's how I made most of my plat. Other than rolling good stuff, that's literally how I made most of my plat. It's like, oh, that's worth a lot more. That's only listed for 500 platinum. I could sell that for 1800 because I would pay 1800 for it. it's literally how I did it. I feel the high of selling Archititron Riven for 2K. Yeah, it took me like to even put it in perspective. I'm trying to remember what the year was. This is like only 3 or 3.5, maybe 4 years ago, where my first Riven sale that took me from like paying money to buy platinum quite often to just having as the platinum I have was literally a Verglass Riven. It was when the first companion rework happened, and like maybe the first one. It was when we got the bond mods, and I had rolled a Verglass Riven that was multi-shot, heat, status chance, and then like minus corpus, I think. And some dude straight up bought it for 5K. And because it was a really good Riven, like that was basically best in slot for Verglass at that time when you were running like the heat viral nuke builds before they capped contagious. Like that was before they capped contagious bond, and you were hitting integer cap. Like you can still do it. You can still hit integer cap with Verglass. And that was like at that point, that was literally the point where I was like, oh. And then I started buying more Verglass Rivens, and I started rolling them for heat multi-shot, and I made probably 15, maybe 20,000 platinum off of Verglass alone since then. Now it's different, and it's not really worth it. To an extent. But it's nowhere like it used to be with Verglass. I don't think people realized how easy it was to roll heat multi-shot on Verglass Rivens, because I'd buy one for like 500 or 600 platinum unrolled. I'd roll it, and then sell it, turn around and sell it for like anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 with just heat multi-shot, because you needed heat on the Riven to get a heat bias on it. Otherwise, you couldn't do that without like using lower ranked mods, and people were buying them like crazy. They didn't want to roll it. They didn't probably realize how easy it was to roll that with how low the options are for Verglass. Like the probability of you getting heat multi-shot on a Verglass Riven is higher than you would get on like a Latron or something. There's just less things for it to roll. Like you can't get zoom on it. You can't get like there's a bunch of stuff you can't get on Verglass Riven, so it's just easier to roll. Some pro tips for you. I obviously have no financial stakes in this anymore. Unless you want to start rolling Dual Liquor Rivens and find me my God tier one that I'll buy for 10K. Yeah, and I think the problem, this is the problem with understanding Rivens and the way the market works, is it's like, I analogize it to the housing market because you think houses are so subjective. Someone might not like the layout of a house, and therefore it's worth less to them. It could just be like the location. The location would be whether it's like whether it's a Torrid Riven or whether it's not a Torrid Riven. That could be a fundamental difference there. there's a lot of subjectivity into it, and that could be based on what build you're running. You know, similar to that in context. And then pricing it to sell is probably the hardest part, because you have to be able to take yourself out of the mindset of like what you think it's actually worth, because you have some stake in the game versus what you would actually pay for it as a consumer. So that's the mindset I look at from it. The mindset I look. And then the advantage I have personally from the niche in the Riven market that I feel is I'm a build crafter. And so when you're build crafting stuff, you can kind of get ahead of the meta so that you can buy up the stuff. That's how I made it off of all of the stat sticks. I was buying and rolling very particular stat stick Rivens based around using Wrathful Advance and using status chance evolutions. Because Wrathful Advance, very powerful on pseudo-exalteds before. So then you would be foregoing crit chance on the Riven, and you would be stacking like damage, crit damage, and like an element. And so using these hybrid combinational, very similar to basically no different than my Afflictions build is how I used to run Excalibur before that. Using really powerful stat stick Rivens, like on Dual Liquor. Dual Liquor was a great one. I'll show you what used to be the perfect stat stick Riven, because I actually just recently rolled one for Dual Liquor. Literally what I used to use for until I got my unicorn one that I still use on it. And trade chat and Warframe market for houses is the future. Well, yeah. This is obviously not financial advice, but when it comes to Riven market, that is what I generally recommend understanding.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
Hi, kitty. I hope she is entertaining in the background. She is a very good kitty. I have pre-staged the necessary cat things for her, including packing paper in the corner that she plays with, because she is a cat and packing materials are the best toys for cats, which is awesome. Yeah, I think I talked about this before, but the skill I learned for understanding the Riven market and markets in general actually came from playing RuneScape and understanding the RuneScape market and making gold in RuneScape as a kid, like a literal kid back in middle school kind of time frame, where I learned to type because I didn't know what macros were. I didn't know you could copy and paste, so I thought everyone was just typing faster than me. Turns out they were using the easy mode for that, and so I thought I just wasn't typing fast enough. So I'd spend literally hours sometimes just sitting there typing out the same /wave2/red, selling. I don't even remember. Like selling granite legs for whatever, like 1,000 gold, whatever the quantities were for that. I don't remember. It's been so long. It was literally like 20 years ago for me. Yeah, selling Ogress Riven. Yeah, right before, what was that, like before everyone started using it for RB or something? Because I remember I've sold, I think, 1 or 2 Ogress Rivens that I rolled for a pretty good profit. Yeah, I'll show you Dual Liquor Rivens. We'll sort by that. Dual Ichor. I know my alphabet. Sing it in my head. Oh boy. Maybe I don't. There we go. So this right here. This used to be the like literal god tier, except instead of Toxin, you could run like Electric. And then that Electric, you could run Influence on your equipped melee. Like this Riven with Electric on Skana was extremely good. Like that was S+ tier. This is S+ tier because you could just run like a super heavy corrosive damage build and just send Dual Liquor to the moon. As a stat stick and as a regular melee weapon. I switched to this puppy when I got it. Where is it? Yeah, this absolute unicorn, and I started running the toxin magnetic build that I showcase in so many of my videos, way back, like shortly after they nerfed Toolicker. I started running this guy, and this is like marginally better, if not slightly worse, as a stat stick than this, but it was sufficient to where I didn't run into problems. Like I could run this. This was worse as a stat stick Riven than this was at that time. And I've had it literally this exact Riven, I think, like 3 times. I think I've rolled this literal same statted Riven 3 times now, and sold the other ones. How do I decide which Riven to roll once you get Kuva? It's when I'm trying to roll something. So most of the time in the last while, let me see. There's usually something I'm trying to test, and I'll roll for it. If I don't find it on the market for cheap, I'll try to roll it to try to test something. So, like, Nikana is another one that I'm probably going to spend my Kuva on this coming reset. Not that. There's one. Let me see. Can you actually see that? Yeah, you can mostly see that. So, one thing I was going to try to do was roll Corrupted. Wow. Okay, that's not a Riven. I'll go to the weapon to show you. I wanted to roll a Riven for this because they actually just buffed the disposition for it. But I want to roll a Riven that replaces Corrupt Charge. So it getting a +2/-1 Nikana Riven that at least gets the 30 initial combo, but then also gives you like crit chance. I think that would be really good. So then you can basically get a buffed version of Corrupt Charge with a Riven. And between Corrupt Charge and Galvanized Reflex, you get full combo on this guy because it maxes at 11/110. So then you just replace this with a Riven that at least gets you 30 initial combo, and you're good to go. And I think it can get to it. If you get like a high rolled initial combo +2/-1, I think you can get the 30 on it. I was supposed to do that this last reset, and then I forgot, and I rolled dual liquor Rivens instead. But that's probably one of my next ones because I like that weapon. I like Dex Nikana. I think it's got a lot of utility. Because you think it's a really solid option if you just want something for slash dash that's simple. It gets you 11/110, so yeah, you don't get the 12/220. So you lose out on 25% multiplicative damage, but the difference there is going to be insignificant for afflictions. Let's see, how close am I? Oh, we're 3,600 off. I could probably, if I really wanted to get that, I could get that with like, you know, if I really wanted to get that 3,600 kills pretty quickly, I could just go into Conjunction Survival solo and just nuke the map. That doesn't sound very exciting though, so I'm not going to do that. It'll happen this weekend. I'm going to do more Hunhless. Is this? Yeah, I'll pull it. Okay. You have to delete your Prime for credits, and I actually want to get to 999. Like, I will try to do that if I can, if I don't forget, just to make the meme of it, just for the meme value. I think that'd be funny. Like, at least get a screenshot of it. How do you stack impetus on your Dante build? Oh, that's with, so when I have secondary encumber on the Noctua. So when you do the Word Warden, where you have your little like stat stick Noctua there, and you attack with your weapon. In this case, I'm using Grimoire to proc it. It'll apply a random status effect from the fact that you have secondary encumber on it, and it will in fact stack impetus all the way up to 13. Really cool. Hey, game. So that's how I do it. And there's probably a better option now. Like, I have not reevaluated that build. The new one is probably better. I don't know. Maybe does irradiate? Does it irradiate? I think that's what it's called. Secondary irradiate. Does that even work on Dante's Noctua? Like as a stat stick? I don't know. I don't even think I have irradiate right now. I should probably look to see how much it is to buy. I should have just bought it on like the second day of the patch where all the new arcanes were like 20 platinum. Because now they're like not 20 platinum. When I bought most of mine was when they were like the second day of the patch. It was dumb. I think everyone was able to spam the like Mephica or whatever and then just buy the packs like crazy and crash the market for them. It was great. Get blinded. Most useful feature of Exalted Blade that I try to avoid at all costs. I really don't care to do like too many waves of this stuff because I'm not here for the material. I'm just kind of here to play and try the last boss, but you know, ideally the other people do things as well. That would be nice. That would be optimal. Not too worried. We're chilling here. I'm just Excalibur. Don't mind me. Genuinely used to use the Exalted slide. Yeah. It's always annoyed me with how important Brief Respite is. The fact that it doesn't consume energy in the way that generates shields. If it did, it would be very good. Like, you could use that to help shield gate. It'd be so good, but it doesn't work that way. And they probably do that for that reason. They should probably just change that. It doesn't get credited as an ability, so it doesn't count as ability cast, all this stuff. It's weird. I'm kind of surprised they've left it in as long as they have, but that involves DE doing anything about Excalibur, and they would rather just do nothing, it seems. Yeah, the problem with melee on Dante, though, is it feels kind of gross. This is like, he has such a good kit for not melee gameplay. Like, just casting abilities. That's where I like it, because I thought about that way back. Of like, he's nearly immortal, so why not just run melee only at him? And I was like, no, it feels kind of gross. No problem with running that. It's just my arbitrary, weird feeling on that matter. Don't be limited by my feelings. On your gameplay. His stick raffle advance on him. Or Warcry. That'd be funny. I think the problem with making anything other than Excalibur a melee Warframe nowadays is you don't get Exalted Blade. And even if you aren't using Exalted Blade, you're at a minimum using Slash Dash, which counts as a melee kill, and it's one of the best out of the pseudo-exalteds because it's mobility as well. I guess maybe Atlas is another example. But then you don't also get a backup sword on Atlas. You only get your pseudo-exalted. You don't have a pseudo-exalted or a... Well, really the only pseudo-exalted left and also an exalted sword. So that's kind of the... Where Excalibur really is just the bee's knees when it comes to melee-only builds. been eaten well since Deckrat Encore, to put it simply. Oh, that was almost lethal. I survived that. No one saw anything. I didn't almost die there. As a great representation of this build actually being able to health tank surprising amount of damage. There you go. I took quite a bit of damage there. Tried Nairman Taran Strike. Yeah, it was actually my first one. The problem with Narman right now is that the spectral blades don't do anything that they're supposed to, other than generate a very small amount of combo. And a small amount of combo that doesn't really give you anything, because you think Narman, you're at max combo. It's nice. Like the way I've used the combo generation from casting the Taran Strike though is if you need to recast Exalta Blade to snapshot something, and you have full combo on it, you get almost full combo from just the Taran Strike. But the limitation, the spectral blades don't work, and they're supposed to generate charge. So in theory, if you're doing a melee build, you should be able to fully regenerate your Taran Strike within 30 seconds for the duration of the spectral blades. Right now, they don't give you any. It's a bug that I've reported. I've got a video on it demonstrating that too, to hope DE fixes it in a timely manner. But they haven't fixed it. I hope it doesn't run into the lethal levitation problem where it just doesn't ever work. That would suck, because it would be really fun. I would probably start using it again. But for right now, Unaru is a literally better with its slam. It's night and day better than Narman right now. If you're running one of my dual liquor builds, the dual liquor has no problem maintaining full combo. You see here, with just a companion and the increased combo duration from heavy attack weapons, I have no problem getting full combo and maintaining it. So it's like Narman's kind of obsolete until they fix that. Like, look at that. That was the slam right there. You see all those numbers? Do I have more of them? I don't have any more. You get 4 of them after you cast your Taran Strike. Oh, these are both new guys. I'm not gonna be me. I'm not even paying attention that much anyways myself. I don't really have a place for that. Yeah, like even here I lost my combo, but it does not take very long. It's sort of a self-correcting issue. So it's like the main feature of Nairman is been made a lot less meaningful because you can just run increased combo duration on without even equipping primaries and secondaries. You don't even need to do that. You can just put it on your heavy weapon. It is. I will agree with you though. I will agree with that. Narman is definitely the most satisfying when you pull out the big sword and you just like nuke the map with it. It's a very well designed effect. And it's got good feeling and feedback to it. It is enjoyable. It's out of all the Taran Strikes, it is definitely the most enjoyable to cast. And it's simple too, but it just sucks with the way that it's bugged right now. Hopefully they fix that.
Engine start slow. Keep safe.
Play melee after playing Gara Lash build. Yeah, I don't know what arcane you're using on that or what that normal arcane is, but if I remember, Gara's Lash also knocks down, so you can actually run afflictions and like impetus on her. I don't think it's a guaranteed knockdown, but it's enough to make it worth it. From when someone was testing this for me, or like I put it on her or something, I can check. I put it on her and see like this is actually proc, and it did. Like most of the pseudo exalteds, or pretty much most of the melee exalteds, will proc afflictions. It's just on most of them you can't proc it unless you heavy attack. And on most of them, they don't have a heavy attack that throws a wave that causes it to knock down, like you do on Exalted Blade. Like, you don't have infinitely piercing waves that do that. So it's like Affliction isn't as good on other exalted melee, but it doesn't mean it's bad. Definitely worth a try if you haven't tried it out. Sure, remove the 1 second delay between the slam and the Onara wave. I think it's satisfying. Like, it's weird. It's definitely weird, but it gives you time to, like, see what's happening sometimes. I don't know. I don't think it's too bad. Like, you can kind of precast it on some things where you time it so that if something's spawning, you can have it hit it in time. Definitely not going to do this in time. I have a feeling I'm going to be able to demonstrate my my Arcwing build with this group just because they're relatively new, and the probability of someone relatively new having a min-maxed out Arcwing is pretty low. I feel like that's a reasonable assumption to make here.
Courage must not fail now.
So we're gonna do our little slam here thing, because I need to get some energy orbs, some universal orbs here. Let's see how many we can get. This is where I miss having Unaru, where I can just quick revive these people. I'm just gonna kill it as operator. Probably do that for the top one too, because it's gonna be rough if I don't help with that. Alright, here's how you do this, operator only. It's way too easy. It's way too easy to do. It shouldn't be that easy to kill it with operator. That's so powerful. That's so broken. Not broken. That's an overused term in Warframe. But it's definitely a lot better at killing stuff than it used to be. Do I still have slams? Maybe. I want to try to go into the next wave with full energy so I can get as much multi-shot as I can. Alright. Come on, guys. You can do it. We'll give him like 10 seconds. You can do it. This isn't shaming on them. They are new to the game, but I'm using this as a benchmark. Okay, we gave them like 15 seconds. Thank the Wisp for giving me moat. Like the increased firing rate. That was pretty amusing.
Rest now.
Oh, let's see. Gara is excellent with afflictions. Good. Yeah, it's like that's one of those things to keep in mind with any of those. What if I, instead of buffing Excal, DE takes away Exalted Blade Waves and turns them into glow sticks? Oh, that'd be a good reason to quit the game. I'd take that. Okay. Unar's ultimate anticlimactic when performing the quest.
The balance of power continues to
Destroy
shift.
the cannon.
Navigation is
And pull out a
marked.
hammer. Yeah. I was using Narman for the quest. Or something. I don't know. If you got Unara for it, that's pretty funny. Because I remember how satisfying that was in the trailer, let alone playing it in mission. It was a lot of fun. Nothing long lives long enough for Garrett to play Affliction. Yeah. Am I missing something? I just run Influence. So you can proc Impetus on it. So that's the key thing. And the damage scaling on it is nuts. When something actually knocks down from Affliction or you can proc it, it seems to proc on these bosses reliably. Like, I'll notice the stacks on it, and it's like, it seems like they're, even though this enemy can't be knocked down, they're proccing Afflictions. I don't know if it's one of these, like, small shadow buffs to Afflictions, but it is very good. Affliction's definitely second, or like, I think it trades blows with Influence depending on the build, on its level of power. It's good in a different way. It's like very powerful in a different way than Influence. Yeah. Yeah, make sure to get all of the focus schools so that you can get all of the passives. That's a very important thing. I would highly recommend doing that as soon as possible. Even if it involves you just going into the school and getting just the passives for now. That's what I did initially. Way, way back when they added the system, I guess. I just changed... I literally changed lenses to do this. I just changed lenses on Excalibur Prime. And then I eventually got all the focus schools maxed out. That's all I did to do it. It's like, okay, I did the thing, got all of the passives, and then it's like, okay, well, what is next in line for me to max out? Okay, Zenarek, put a Zenarek lens in Excalibur, boom, and I just got enough of the focus conversion eventually to max all the schools out a long time ago. You know, you're talking like even after upgrading this is what I have resultant. You can tell what I left off. If you could take a guess, what lens did I do last on Excalibur Prime and then didn't change until Old Peace? You could probably take a guess just based on this. And then I guess which focus school I've used the most just by accumulation of focus. Yeah. Replace super jump. Yeah, that's the problem with the which build are you thinking of? I can show you which build you're asking for. He made a younger. I can so that gentleman I was referring to earlier, who is like really like basically the opposite of me, who is the opposite of a one-trick pony. He plays literally everything to the point where his account is bugged out, showing that he does not have a most used Warframe. I've converted him to a Yunga. He's got a Yunga fully built out and stuff because he's seen what mine does, and he's like, what the heck? A Yunga is definitely slept on. I don't know what made everyone think Bradler was going to be the best. A Yunga, even before adding the Arcanes, was really good. It was what I used in Arcwing, and I really tried. I like really tried to find something worth switching to. Like, just looking here, it's like I've at least polarized these guys enough to fully min-max them. I tried Cordage. I tried this guy. I was able to fit at least most of these a decent enough build to where I was like benchmarking to see based on how far I can get it without having to invest everything in it. And I just really didn't find it good. And it was hard to find something better than a Yunga. Making sure I put the right build on it. Yeah, and this is what I started using. I think if you look at my most used, I've been using this for a very long time. Let me see. Arc gun, sort by used. There you go. That's how long I've been using a Yunga. 66% of my usage. I probably used this before I switched to that. That was the default back when Arcwing first came out. I still remember when Arcwing first came out. It was awful when it first came out. It was so buggy. It was like these stupid missions that no one wanted to do. I've used Larkspur quite a bit, even after the recent Undermine change with the Arcanes, and it sucked in some missions, like that Pursuit one that I was talking about. Kuva Gradler just sucked as well. It didn't do as much damage, and then it also didn't have the splash, and then it also had a trash reload, and it just, like, I didn't understand the hype around it. I really didn't. Like, when I was actually testing it, it just didn't do as well as a Yunga. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's been so long since I've used it. I think I even had to get it again because I destroyed it before I mastered it. So I had to buy one from Samaris to master it because I never got it to max rank before before I switched to a Yunga. Because like Arcwing sucked for such a long time. Yeah, my Matter Eye focus is exclusively because that's what I left off on a focus conversion lens on Excalibur Prime for years. You know, you're talking probably 5 years or so was how long I've had a Matter Eye lens on my most used Warframe, and that was the result. Focus conversion to Matter Eye for eternity. I really wish it showed you most used focus school, but it doesn't. Oh, here's a fun fact for you. This is borderline worthless, but it's amusing. So, if you run battery on a Warframe and then you run full Violet Talforged, and then you run Idsel. Dang it. Do I need a... Oh, no. How dare you? Do I need to do armor? I think I need to do armor. Hold on. Please stand by. Oh, no, it's close. But what you can do to show you this, you can actually get this above 500. I forgot how I did it. Maybe I need to be running something else. But you can get this above 500, and then if you look at your crit damage, you look at your crit damage on your Arcwing melee, you can actually have Violet Shards applied to your Arcwing melee. So I have 14x, almost 14x crit damage multiplier. And that's without 500 max energy. You know, you can do it. This is where I have this extra build. This is going to be a part of like a build thing at some point. I've kind of pre-staged. As unnecessarily bad as that is, I did run that, and I did run Itzel for that explicit purpose when I was running full crit damage shards on Excalibur, just to have the you know, your Prisma Veritex do unnecessarily high damage because it had like a crit damage multiplier that was insane. A little fun fact for you. I really hope they rework Arcwing Melee because it's awful to use. I want to just like pull out Arcwing Melee like you can with regular Melee, and I don't think they're ever going to add that. Oh, look. Oh, boy. You know what we're doing. All right, let me get Excalibur set up for that. I think I'm going to run this build. So we're going to run... There was something I was going to test. I was going to test... I know what I was going to test. I was going to test persistence next time I go into this. And I was, because I was going to get host, I was going to force myself to be host in a Steel Pass circuit and then go to level cap with it. Even if I had to do that solo. So I need to rebuild Excalibur to do that. I'm going to need to use Gloom for the sole purpose that you don't get a companion in this. And luckily this all fits. Okay. And then I need to change Archon shards. And I need to do this. Oh, this is going to be annoying, but we're going to do it. I'm going to have to fix everything afterwards. Okay, Gloom first. Persistence. Persistence? Yep. Exalted Blade. Combo Exalted Blade. Sure, it doesn't matter. Might as well have Chromatic Blade in there. Okay, now I have to go change Archon Shards. Do I have Unaru? I do. Need 2 armor. I think that's actually showing Unaru at 1532. Okay, let me make sure this is right. Yeah, so that was showing Unaru. Does it have enough attack speed on it? It does not. We're going to add more attack speed. Yeah. All right. Time to do it. Latum. That doesn't matter. Okie dokie. We're gonna get Kuva and we're gonna rifle Riven because those are worth more. Oh, please don't. Yes. Okay, we're host. So I'm gonna see if persistence bugs out and see how well persistence does. I might as well start recording this and restate the point, which is I've got an arcane persistence build on, and we have host, and we're gonna run persistence here because we also have conveniently Prismascana, very nice, and we have MR fodder to equip, like Latum and Ogress, which we will not be using. And I am using Gloom because of the fact that we want to have a reliable source of healing. So I think Gloom is the one that makes the most sense here. Yeah, Kalervo is definitely a turn your brain off type Warframe. It's great. Which is best on Kalervo? Okina, Duliker, or Furex? I'd say either Okina or Furex. Duliker, sure it works, but like I think it doesn't hit as... What a great first one to get. Status effects, double damage. What we do want to get for this, though, is the... we do want to get the one that gives you... what's it called? The one that gives you energy orb, or health orbs. We do need to get that for this. And that's for the purpose of... that's pretty much for the explicit purpose of being able to stack our blessing up higher. Let me actually find these things. There's one. I don't think Gloom's gonna save the excavation units when we get to really high level, but there's one. I usually listen to music when I do this, so I can't hear these things and I just have to brute force find them. When you loosely memorize where they're all at, it makes it kind of easy. This is probably the one tile set where I take a lot longer to find it, because I feel like there's a spawn I always forget about. think it's probably in the center. I might be able to smell it out. I probably won't get much help on the decree fragments here, but I'm having to guess.
Finished. A new crucible hungers for elements.
There it is.
Mixing amphors of heat and cold.
One thing I don't want to do in this scenario is actually take the overguard, because I might run into energy problems if I take the overguard one. I think unless I have to, I probably won't. See what we get. But some of the theory on this is I will take like one, like even though I won't probably be using this that often, I'll take that because of the fact that it takes it out of rotation. So that you can only get one stack of that, so then now it's no longer an option. That's a little bit of the theory on that. So if you have pretty bad options overall, take the one that is only a 1 rank max. Same thing if you get a rare and you already have 1 stack of it, and it's like, okay, well, that's out of the rotation now. You're more likely to get other stuff. Probably not going to reach.
I imagine the long-departed scholar would have been impressed with how you wielded his crucibles.
I already have 50. We got like, oh, we got a Uriel in here. That'll help.
This struggle goes on for as long as you can stay.
What build am I running? I'm running a persistence, just influence build. I'm testing persistence. I'm host.
Boost in the Zariman.
And so I should be able to have persistence work properly. And I'm going to try to avoid anything that messes with that.
Ruptures can be closed, but only if you collect enough ambient void energy. Seize the globes that float nearby.
We're going to do a little bit of this action, because why not? Big hammer, go smack. Nuke the map. Oh, I hear one. Probably the middle spawn right here. Nope. Definitely heard one. Probably go check other places. There it is. Apparently I didn't hear one. Here we go. That's so good. I love this one. 50 every 50 armor, 5% strength. Just, yeah. See, this is the one I want to avoid. Because I don't want to have this mess with my energy regeneration in this build. Get some slams right there. So I think I'll actually re-roll this one. Yeah. There we go. That was worth it. Get a one. When you get the stacking one that like causes it to spread into nearby enemies, you use radio javelin spam. It's so dumb. If you use nourish is probably the most ridiculous subsume for this build, because if you get that refunds energy, one that I just got, so I'll show you. So this one refunds 25% of energy spent. That scales off of Nourish. So then if you have at least 4x Nourish, you will regenerate more energy than what you spend. That's all you need for that. Pretty great. There's a build. I actually have a video of it. I'm just spamming Radio Javelin level cap into a level cap steel pass circuit. It's like a 2-minute video or something. Higher level cap, Void Cascade took full damage with persistence. Yeah, so I actually have a video. I have a full gameplay of me not being host and running into this problem. So it is probably related to host versus client. So that's what I'm actually testing right here. I figured I've been waiting for my Excalibur to show up as an option for this, and he is now an option. We're gonna speed run. Probably speed run this. Mostly memorized locations. I'm largely just going to be using Exalted Blade here because I've got Influence set up on it. But I don't need to. I can even Radio Javelin spam and be just fine because I've got Gloom. It's like technically I don't even need Gloom. I could probably decast it once I get enough Afflicting status heals you. Like that would probably keep me alive on its own. Because Gloom does negatively impact your ability to take damage and regenerate energy. So in some of the missions I've done, I've had to toggle it off just to not run into energy problems. Self-correcting issue though. If you run out of energy, it sucks when you have Exalted Blade and you run out of energy and you lose all your combo or whatever. Where's this last one? Is it one of these cubbies? No. We do need to get this last decree fragment, guys. Oh no. Here goes me Exalted Blade. Apparently I'm blind and deaf. Oh, there it is. Oh, got it. Got it. Yeah. Stop trying to hit me. Think of like Dark Knight, Batman, when he's standing in front of the road and Joker's driving at him. He's like, or I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite. He's like, hit me. It's been a while. I should probably rewatch that movie, apparently. I don't remember who was standing in the road. I think it was Joker standing in the road, right? It was Joker standing in the middle of the road during that scene. There it is. Big brain. Found all of them. Easy, right here. The fun one is when you get the Corrupted, and the Corrupted one of these that gives you strength but sacrifices weapon damage. It does nothing. I actually don't want this. Reduced incoming damage. I feel like that's going to screw me more than it'll help me. Power strikes consume 10% of energy, but gain 300% damage. That might be worth it. I don't need the movement speed.
An extractor requires power.
Oh, we're going to eat all of them. Okay. We're going to take the 500 armor. Here we go. Health orbs. Don't need that, though, anymore. But we'll take it, because it's a rare. All I need to do is get one more of those, and it's off the table. Now I can actually help my team.
Extractor deploying.
Hopefully Gloom actually helps here. Ooh. Torrent Strike will definitely help here. I don't know if it'll help enough to prevent Raxghost from one-shotting at level cap, but... Really wish they would fix excavator missions in this. It's just... It's dumb. Oh, you don't have a Limbo or a Frost that's spamming? Oh, good luck. You kind of have SOL. Let's see how high the heavy attack actually hits. It's pretty good. 250,000 on that enemy from a Exalted Blade heavy attack. Yeah, I should have technically just brought Nourish to this instead of... I could have brought my Nourish build instead and then just changed the Arcane. But we'll be able to test what I'm trying to test, which is if this actually works or not.
A new void treasure may now be extracted. Extractor in place.
Tips for gaining status immunity. I don't find status immunity required for persistence. I think it's unreliable on Excalibur. On Warframes where it's guaranteed, I think it makes sense to have it and rely on it, but on Excalibur it's just simply not worth it because you think you're sacrificing the subsume slot for potentially 2 arcane or Archon shards. I would rather have my my subsume slot, which is going to be more valuable than 2 Archon shards, because you'd be trading 2 Archon shards for plus armor or your subsume slot for something to give you status immunity. That's kind of the downside there. Yeah, there's a set that provides status immunity on heavy attack kills. I don't find it doesn't cleanse you from what I remember. So you have to be actively killing. It's conditional. It's very difficult to try to maintain 100% uptime on. So you can't rely on it. It's the same thing with even subsumes. You could run the status immunity Helmuth one, and that would probably work. But I don't like that because it actually gets destroyed from like knockdowns. So even if you're immune to the knockdown, Exodia Contagion will just annihilate those stacks to the like hideous something, whatever it's called. It'll actually destroy the stacks of that. It took me a while. Yeah, I started using hideous resistance or whatever it's called, and then I was using it with a contagion build, and I was like, why are my stacks all disappearing? It turned out every time your contagion hits you that would knock you down, that knockdown counts as a status. So it's just not worth it. I'm not using finishers. Here we go. Cumulative crit chance. That's why you don't need combo. I put this in my build. You don't need combo on Exalted Blade to make it good in Circuit because all you need is that decree that gives you crit chance, and then you're good. Yeah, glad I can help. I think the melee only playstyle is underrated as like an option and something fun you can do in the game. You obviously don't have to go as crazy as I do and just main it for all of eternity. very important distinction there. But as like an option in Warframe, a whole other play style that I think is underrated, that isn't covered very often. I think it's a lot of fun.
This victory serve as a warning. Duviri is defended.
We bugged that one out. Nice.
You lay your sword aside and rest. Or fight on. You have an opportunity. Take it.
Cold. That one's nice.
The longer you can keep this undercroft manifestation active, the greater the gains for the other side.
There we go. It's a nice one to get right in a row. Get the cold AoE, and then you get the toxin, or the viral stacking one. Still pretty nice on Exalted Blade. My damage is probably going to start to go into the absolute stratosphere here. No. Don't do that. So my strength is in like 600 territory. And you can notice, even at this, Radio Javelin does pretty good damage. And we're nowhere close to maximum here. There's a couple of decrees I can get that just get me well into the 1000s for strength. With no compromise. Still wish I would have just brought my Radio Javelin build here, because that would have been a lot more interesting to show off than just running an influence build. So, yeah, buying Calervo for Furious Javelin as a subsume is like, unfortunately, the best way to do it. But you don't have to use it. I would say Warcry overall is a lot more enjoyable of an experience. It doesn't scale as well, but it doesn't need to scale any higher than what it already does. Like it'll go fully to level cap perfectly fine, and you don't have to recast it. Cast it once, and it's good to go. What's funny is that decree where armor gives you strength, that actually like positive feedback loops with Warcry. It doesn't go infinitely, like you can't full stack it, but you can get the extra armor from Warcry, which gives you extra strength, which then gives you extra armor on Warcry, which gives you extra strength. That actually does work. It's just it doesn't go infinitely. Someone might have figured that out, or it's just a, you know, maybe it's logarithmic, like you get a bit and then it reaches like a point where it doesn't round up, and then you're done until you get more strength. Just a little funny thing for you.
Life support will be scarce. Do not waste it.
Yeah, this is where I have to toggle off. Just say, hit me! Try not to get... Yeah, see, I still kept that. Even that magnetic buff, the area of effect magnetic didn't remove persistence. There we go. And I can heal with Radio Javelin, which is very convenient. It's like I was actually having to do that in a Void Cascade, where I would have to sit there and wait for them to attack me, because Gloom did such a good job at preventing enemies from attacking you that, like, you just didn't really take enough damage. Even when they got to pretty high level, you just weren't taking hits. No, I'm actually hosting, so I shouldn't be running this, but I'm recording it, and you guys are clearly watching. That I have not seen it. But I have had that occur when I wasn't hosting, which is probably where the likely culprit is with persistence right now. That's a forum bug report as soon as I can confirm that enough and provide evidence. Just doing some murders.
You have 60 seconds.
Oh no, I have wall hacks. Look, I'm killing them through the ground. How can I ever know that they're below me?
It is my duty to make extraordinary demands
Hello, hello.
of exceptional people. This Tenno asset is destined to be destroyed by hostile forces.
I think I heard one behind me too.
Change its fate.
Which one?
No time to rest. Already a new onslaught begins.
Probably behind. Nope. Donde, senor? Oh, I think I know where it is. It's over in this corner. Maybe? Finding decree fragments. Oh. I think he found it. Let's hope we get the corrupted strength one. That'd be nice. Inflicting a status effect restores 20 health. Okay, that will probably be enough for us to not have to use the thing anymore. And all of these suck. I don't want the overguard. So that might be enough for us to heal off of, which would be nice. Someone's giving me health. Who's giving me health? I shouldn't have 2600. Who's giving me health? Or is that like a... Or is that one of those... Oh, here we go. See, there I lost persistence. Notice how it went from top stack to bottom stack? So that actually works properly as it should, which is a magnetic status effect, not the bubbles, but the magnetic status effect. When you actually get magnetic as a status effect in the top right, that will in fact disable it. Arcane Nullifier? That's the magnetic one? Yeah, but that's not worth fitting into Excalibur. I definitely think that's not worth using for it.
Wave approaches.
You could, but I wouldn't. I would rather take the extra health for the 99.9% of the time where that's going to be advantageous versus, just, I guess, roll out of them. Really, I think it's the Eximus units. The Eximus units that are magnetic, they're really the only ones that I see apply magnetic to my Warframe. This guy... I don't think he's going to realize he's going to run out of lives if he keeps doing that. He's MR15, so... Oh. Almost died there. Inflicting status effect doesn't seem to be enough. I don't know how many enemies really deal magnetic. Yeah, not very many. Not very many.
Expect me to tell you when to stop.
Oh, there we go.
For yourself.
I think I'll take this one instead. Recast Exalted Blade. Because we should be at 500 now. Oh, there's magnetic. It was those little, like, mine things that'll do it. Because you can tell when it resets because it goes from being, like, your top buff. Like, notice the position in the stack of buffs that it is. It'll go from, like, very top or from not the last one to the last one if you actually have it removed. It's a little pro gamer move right there. Should probably use this thing. 3 arcane slots would make a lot of things very good. That would be that'd be quite nice. All right, let's actually let's do the objective here. I should go find the decree fragments, since I seem to be primarily the person finding them. Which is okay. I'm okay with this. Hey. Trying to be too fast here, I guess. There we go. Learning. Yeah, notice that crit on that radio javelin. I think that wasn't... I don't think those are crits when they yellow like that. I think someone rightly pointed out that those are probably stealth bonuses. Well, that's something to think about. Like in this, I don't think it can crit. I think it's just the yellow not being a crit, a stealth bonus. Man. Look at that. That's satisfying. Imagine when I get the spreading one. Speaking of, there we go. There it is. Sacrifice weapon damage. Increase your strength and power strike by 600%. So this weapon damage does not appear to apply to Exalted Blade. So let's look at ability strength. 196. 13,000 base damage. 3,200 base damage Exalted Blade. 4,000 status chance. There you go. That's the one where Radio Javelin actually becomes viable. Like, look at that. It's hitting like 50Ks. It's really good with Nourish because of the way that Nourish boosts it. Obviously, Roar would be good too, but Nourish, you can make it give you infinite energy. So you can just spam it. did take 500 damage there. That seems to be pretty common, where I just take, like, the cap in one instance. If I get the spreading status one, it's going to be a little nutty. So 3,600, let me calculate this out. 3,921 times 0.15. So I have over 600% status chance on Exalted Blade right now. It's a little ridiculous.
Undo what their claws have done, or Duviri may fall to something worse even than Thrax. The void can heal as well as harm. Gather the floating spheres.
Look at me. I'm a
Take them to the
wizard, Harry. Rolling. Targets become more vulnerable. Crit melee hits 50%. Now we're gonna do the vulnerable. I think there's still a couple I'm trying to get. Oh, never mind. We get it anyways. Thanks, game. Not that we need it. Oh, what's the slow? What's the slow at? 66% lifesteal. 66% lifesteal on Gloom. That's a little ridiculous. I don't know what strength that comes out to, but I have 600 and let me see, 500% at least, and then I think I was at 200 some already.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
I do think Excalibur as a kit is in a good place. I think obviously the problems with the way his acquisition is and his versions are is still a core issue worth exploring. I think if DE wanted to do this though, is just make the base stats of Radio Javelin scale off of Exalted Blade. So then you could you would have basically another pseudo Exalted. It would all just scale off Exalted Blade. I think that'd be really cool. And then just make it so maybe Furious Javelin disables that function or reduces its damage to not make it just a perfect ability. So you'd have an option of, do you want Giga damage from Radio Javelin or do you want the bonus damage from Furious Javelin? I think having both would be a little ridiculous. I do show in a video if it had double the damage or not even double the damage, if it is scaled off of Exalted Blade, it would probably be just Seal Path viable. You could just sit there and use it like you used to way back in the day as an actual viable ability. I think that would rightfully put its augment in its place. Where some builds you might not want to use it if you're not heavily meleeing, then it might not be worth it. In a build like mine, I'd probably still use it, but maybe not. Maybe not every time. There'd be some instances where I would be like, I don't need it. I'll take the extra Radio Javelin damage. Or the extra mod slot, I guess.
Breach has been sealed. Excellent work.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the day. Should probably at least top this one off with what I have. Skana Incarnate is extremely good. It's definitely top 5 for melee Incarnates. The ranking for them gets a little messy depending on how you build it. So Skana Incarnate is a genuinely good stat or influence host. So you run influence on it, you run the combo counter, the one that on undamaged enemies it gives you combo, because that works with influence. So if you hit a target and you spread influence to enemies that are uninjured, you can just instantly get full combo. It's a really good evolution. If you run Prisma Skana for it, just run the status chance crit chance evolution, and that gets the base stats to be pretty ridiculous, like 40%, 26%, with its like 2.2x base crit damage. Just really good. I have Prismascana on right now, but I'm not really using it because I have Giga Chad Exalted Blade right now. Sure. Sure. Get rid of those one cost ones like I mentioned. When we're going this far, it's better to get rid of those, and you can get more rare chances, I assume. You know, you can't get a rare of a one rank, so is a theory. Okina versus Skana, I think they're both in the same tier because they have a lot of the features, but Okina in the age of heavy weapon dexterity arcanes, Okina probably edges out. And Okina is a little bit more flexible. There's some cooler things. Influence obviously works on it because it's influence and it's kind of overpowered. But you can do a lot more interesting things with it, like with Kareen, like with running Toxin only on it. Like right there, I shouldn't have been able to hit a yellow on that target. It shouldn't do that. Like, see how that hit 103? 100. Radio Javelin. It shouldn't crit, though. Which I'm pretty sure those are just... stealth enemy hits. Whatever. Not surprisingly, I'm doing, like, all of the damage because I'm overkilling the heck out of everything. Speaking of... Goodbye. Oh, there's magnetic. I could die. Didn't. That's when I just go operator. If I get magnetic like that, just pop into operator, and then if I die as operator with Unaru, it's not a big deal. You just kill something. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. This is definitely the last... This is definitely the last excavation that I should be able to do, because you think they're at 1,000, 1,300, 1,400 already. So the next excavation, that's going to be a level cap. But I don't think we have to go to level cap to prove the point that... this works when you're host. Oh, we got 40 cryo already. Nice. Forget that it does that sometimes. When you have... too much cryo from the last one, it like spills over. There's probably a strategy there with some of these some of these later levels. Oh, there it is.
Enemies are assaulting your excavator.
Don't do it.
An extractor is out of power. Excavator is almost destroyed.
No.
Excavator lost.
No.
Work wasted.
Not my excavator.
Secrets lie buried deep within the undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them. You
Apparently I'm blind.
excavators and keep them
And
powered.
deaf. Once again.
Extractor deploying.
I do have these headphones in Bluetooth mode. I'm actually looking forward to this. If you guys don't watch CES, there's Asus is putting out a dongle-based pair of open ears, and that'll let me replace these. 2.4 gigahertz USB dongle based open ears, because these are so buggy. I have to use them in Bluetooth because these are clear spelled with 2 ears, and they're not worth it. Like in the seldom scenario where I want to play something competitive without Bluetooth latency, then they work, but they're not great. Like they'll just randomly cut out sometimes, and I've tried to fix them. Just kind of a no-name brand, even though they sell them on Best Buy and whatever. They're just not worth it. Oh, I should probably not take lethal damage while I'm doing Decree. This does, in fact, not break influence, which is nice. Oh no, someone planted the... No. No. Not me excavator. Oh, just wondering, do you stream on Twitch at all along with YouTube? I kind of have been liking YouTube better for streaming. I could dual stream, but I'm not really a Twitch user. I don't really know how it works as well. This isn't the only thing that I know that I manage streaming on YouTube, to put it simply. So it's more comfortable. Feels a little bit better, I guess, too, if with subscriber count and just people being able to see it than having to go to Twitch and all that stuff. So I've liked it better on this platform. Yeah.
Excavator is almost destroyed. You allowed the enemy to destroy an excavator. Secrets lie buried deep within the undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavator.
Yeah, this will take a little bit of time to get through, but I'm kind of helping direct these guys since they probably don't realize that, like, you have to be careful when you place those down. You kind of want to plus up the amount of the charges that you have nearby to mitigate the probability of it just getting one-shotted. Like, you want to be able to top it off and keep it, like, right here. If I get the spreading status one, I can just radio javelin spam and probably nuke the map. Maybe just me having Gloom here is helping now, too. Oh.
Void treasure location established.
Alright, you can get him, please.
Extractor deployed.
Oh, no. I deployed the other one. How do I reach these keys?
Your excavator is on the brink of destruction.
Oh.
Excavator lost. Your work wasted. Excavator is severely damaged. Protect it or lose it.
Yeah, not much I could have done there. This one's not going too bad. Could be a lot worse. How do I reach these keys? You know that reference. You're probably as old as I am. I guess not too much, you know. That show is definitely worth watching if you haven't watched every season, every episode of it, except for the new one. The new one kind of sucks. They're getting a little too ridiculous with the new one. In not a funny way. It's kind of weird for South Park. Yeah, like that. I don't know why that yellow crit's probably not a yellow crit. No. No, me excavator. No. Well, I got some good progress there. Only need to keep the next one alive for like 20 seconds, and it's good. Alright, we're spawning this one ASAP. Enemies don't really get up here as easy. Make sure I grab a thing. Oh, seriously? Can't leave these things alone for 1 minute. They go self-destructing with drugs and other stuff that kids do. Yeah. Most of the South Park episodes with Cartman doing something ridiculous are definitely top tier. Cartman, definitely the... My favorite South Park character is actually Butters. Because Butters is that, like, weirdly innocent and ignorant child in the show that is full of, you know, the idea where the parents are the idiots and the children are the smart ones. And it's like Butters is there. He's like the only like true child in the group, and they just abuse that poor kid. Poor Butters. Oh, we did it. A stance mod where heavy attack... See, what I've thought is they could make a heavy slam from Exalted Blade to cast a Radio Javelin if they buff Radio Javelin and make it like the pseudo-exalted. I think that'd be really cool. There's a lot of cool stuff I think they can do. Well, we bugged this one out. I think there's a lot of cool stuff they can do. The problem is all the cool stuff that we can come up with, none of it's probably ever gonna get implemented unless we are like ferociously telling them about a fundamental problem with Excalibur. Fix those. Maybe they can do some other cool stuff while they're at it. Like, oh, if we're gonna be retouching Excalibur because of this X problem, then we can just do this and that. Just at least getting them to look at him. Overall, though, yeah, his kit is pretty good. It just has those core problems with the obtainability and all that nonsense.
Do not hesitate to attack when an opening presents itself.
I will find it, and I will collect it. You know, it's probably over here. I think I already checked that, though. I need to take some damage.
Something is shielding it from harm. Find out what.
Hit me. Oh, look at that. I got... The one thing I've been theorizing, so if you do the math on that, I don't think persistence reduces Hunter Adrenaline's energy regeneration, because I got full health from just a single 500 hit. Which, if I do the math, 45%, that's not 600. 45% of 500 is not 600. So it seemed like it doesn't, it like the way it calculates is adrenaline applies before the damage mitigation effect from persistence. That would be the speculation there. Oh man, we didn't get a thing. We didn't get a thing, guys. I can't find it. And the mission bugged up.
Your presence is enough to hold the paradox at bay, but the environment
Oh, or
itself
did we get it?
will fight
And
to choke
am I
you
dumb?
out.
Getting a little tired here. We will hopefully get the level cap. Take 50% more damage. Let's see if that goes through persistence. Oh, we get the status spread. Oh boy. Oh boy. Headshot. So this sometimes works with radio javelin. We'll actually show that, because that's quite weird. Critical melee hits. I thought I already grabbed this, unless I grabbed something else. So watch this. Sometimes with this, it'll do toxin damage. Like right there. Notice how I gave him toxin and viral? Like sometimes it gives toxin damage. Like right there. Did cold and toxin. Don't want to run out of energy doing that. Alright, let's see. Hit me. Yeah, see, that doesn't affect persistence. Yeah, I'm only taking 500 from that. Good to know. Oh, magnetic. Don't want to die. Could probably definitely die. Maybe I should try getting down with magnetic and see if I can actually die. It'd be a good time to do it in a survival. I have plenty of armor, so heat doesn't affect it. Hitting 200. It's satisfying when radio javelin actually kills stuff, especially when it one-shots it. The sound effect it makes and it piercing enemies into the wall. I really wish it was actually good again. I have a couple of videos on that. 3.5 million, just a regular hit. I need energy. Hit me. Yeah, there you go. That's all it took. Took just one hit. Need to find a magnetic guy. Or I can get one of those little things. Maybe there's one over here. Oh, right here. Okay. Okay, that did not give me a magnetic. I was hoping it would.
Seconds left.
Can I survive doing this? Well, when they're slowed, kind of helps. Remember, the Jade Light puts heat on you. Why you want 1400? Because I don't know if you can status immunity your way through that reliably. I don't think negate and any of the other effects are reliable enough to just ignore the fact that you should probably just have 1400 or more armor. I feel like it is a requirement. If you, unless you're, you know, in the warframes that have status immunity, then don't worry about it. But on Excalibur, I feel like it's a requirement. Okay. Oh, here, let me see. Yeah, the energy economy on this, especially when you can take damage, like right here, I'm just kind of hitting radio javelin. Heroes never die. Instead of reviving him, I'll just kill all the things he's trying to kill his operator. No last grass for you. That would be mean. I wouldn't do that. Events.
This struggle goes on for as long as you can stand. History dictates that this Tenno asset was destroyed in a grave setback to the cause. Let us rewrite that.
That's not where you're supposed to go. Oh, there we go.
Musters for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
Yeah, the advantage too, the fundamental thing you don't have to do on Excalibur if you run Persistence is worry about brief respite and not having enough, like, it being too efficient. Like, if you're too efficient with brief respite, then you run into a problem. On this build, you can run, like, peak efficiency and not care. Stop heckin'... I think it teleported him off of it. I don't think that was his fault. I would also recommend not starting this until you find the decrees, especially at this high of a level. That would be my recommendation. Oh, found him. Just kidding, we're all fine. Everything's good. Oh, I don't want that.
The rains do not relent.
Hit steal 40%, sure. Crit doubled, sure. I don't remember if crit double actually applies to radio javelin or not. Like if it's, you know, you're 1x or whatever on radio javelin and it takes you to 2x. Like, it was hard for me to tell. I was giving it crit. I am hitting in the 50 millions now though, so I'm overkilling everything quite heavily. My Furious Javelin stacks, I should probably let some enemies stack up and see how high my Furious Javelin stacks can get. Because you consider this is normally at like 45%, maybe 45%. It's at 196% per stack. There's 1,500, 2,500. Can't even see my buffs.
The enemy has been exhausted.
Alchemy.
If only
This
for now.
probably level cap.
Not expect me to tell you when to stop. Judge for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Furious Javelin just nukes it before it's even gonna die. Gain 60% attack speed. Okay, yeah, we actually want that more attack speed.
Master their alchemy to understand the elemental forces you wield. Locate a crucible.
See, I would just milk an excavation for a long time at level cap, but then it's like enemies stop spawning, and you still get those Thraxes that just one-shot it. So you can't even use that as a way to make your wave infinite or whatever. Because that would be great if so many enemies spawned that you could just sit there and nuke the map the whole time. And it would take you like an hour to get through an excavation at level cap, but it's not the way it works, sadly. Hey. Okay. Sure. I'll take that. Heavy attacks, corrosive. The heavy attacks on this are already ridiculous.
More enemies hoard the amphors the crucibles need. Retrieve them. Gas, the ephemeral elemental force, is created by combining heat and toxin.
I'm helping. Do that real fast, like. Did I get all of them? I don't remember. Did I get all of them? I can only count in 5s and 6s, apparently. That's a revolver joke.
Corrosion's elemental force is the deadly byproduct of toxin and electricity.
That's 95% slow. That's great. Stop in the name of the law. Is overkilling the heck out of everything. I might get, you know, I'm getting close to that 1,000,000 kills in this mission. We'll have to see. Like that, where it spreads slash and applies, like, for some reason it'll apply toxin and then spread it. It's pretty dumb. Like, a radio javelin build will work in circuit, and it will nuke the map. You just stack as much range as you can, because you're gonna get from the decrees, you're gonna get at least 1100 strength. You're talking about the 500 from that one, and then a 600 from the corrupted. Please don't be excavation. Oh, we did it. Yeah. Maybe I got 2 more left until excavation shows up. So it rears its ugly head.
Creatures of the deep void are assaulting the undercroft, tearing rents in its fabric. Seal them up again, or worse foes than Thrax may emerge. The spheres you see are ambient void energy. Gather as much as you can and use it to heal the damage.
How dare it. Something nullified me. How dare it. Like right there. Couldn't go yellow. Nothing to give it credit in this. I want the attack speed. This is, I think, also something that procs with radio javelin. That really shouldn't, because it'll like sometimes hit weak points, because it's like you think sometimes it's hitting the head in order to proc toxin. It's weird. I've tried to replicate it in real missions using things like evade to try to see if radio javelin will like proc headshots with evade. It doesn't work. It's some weird bug with probably some weird bug with this. Haha. I'd say pretty definitively that if you're host, you're not going to run into the issues with persistence. From all of the things that I've seen, multiple samples from other people, persistence works properly if you're host. So I think it might be there's probably enough just with the samples I have and the samples that other people have reported to say that that's probably the case. To put it in perspective, whether or not my PC can handle insane amount of enemies, for those of us that played Belly and the Beast the first day that it was out, you guys remember that? Belly and the Beast? Where you could, like, spawn infinite enemies and get 8,000 kills within, like, 2 or 3 minutes? I would host those. And I would still be able to run... This is when I didn't have my 9800 X3D then. I had a 7950 X3D. And it was able to handle that. 3DB Cache was able to handle hosting those and maintaining, like, 45 FPS on it. It was nuts. It was probably the most pay-to-win, hardware-wise experience I've ever had in a game. And you could actually get more kills that way because it would increase the spawn rate of the enemies. Like, the more powerful your PC was, the less it broke the game. And the better the game worked, and the more enemies spawned. It was dumb. Like, when I went from not hosting to hosting, it, like, gave an extra 2,000 or 3,000 kills per minute. Yeah, the most conditional arcane in the game. Yeah. I can agree with that. Well, they added it, and then they didn't think, well, how do we prevent this from players just AFKing with this? And then they decided to add it. Like, oh, why can't they just, like, test this beforehand so that they can, or think about it beforehand so they don't have to make these changes mid-patch. Like, I think probably what most people complain about when D does something. It's because they don't do it from the start. They'll do it after the fact. And after the fact feels worse than if it was just always like that. It would seem intentional if it was always like that, rather than, like, punishing players or something. So the decree I've avoided this whole time, because there are better options. Now we can press W and do all of the murders. I think it's in the middle. I checked the middle. Let's Hawkeye this stuff. Nope. And I hit the out of bounds. Thanks, game. So they're almost level cap. I don't know if it'll be level cap before what hopefully isn't exterminate or hopefully not extraction and this hopefully assassination. And then we can actually hit level cap here. What was it under here? Did I hear it? I hear it.
Do not relent.
Still avoiding that one.
Has barely begun.
Let's see if we can heal enough without. Because we're afflicting. Look at how many status effects I'm afflicting with a single hit. You can't even tell. Just one-shot that thing. Oh, here we go. There we go. So 10 electric, 4 heat. The status chance is like 600% on this thing right now. Definitely need definitely need gloom though. It's clearly not enough. Here, we'll see. Maybe a radio javelin. Nope. Yeah, well, it seems like gloom was a good idea here. When things really ramp up, it's like you need to be able to heal fully, like over 500 health per hit. Yeah. He got 2 words off. It's not good enough. If he gets a single word off, your build is trash. Yeah, what a he got more than one word out. So, A is a word in that context. Oh, please be assassination. Oh, okay. Yep, we're not going. That's not worth it. $2,400 kills. All the damage. That gap right there is radio javelin. It's like pretty much the only thing that would be there other than initial kills with Unaru. So that's how much radio javelin was doing just from having the strength that high. I remember the days when the orange shards you could put on your MOA, you could put a blast Verglass and then you were immortal. Like, I think I cheesed. There's some stuff I cheesed when that came out. I think even the hard mode boss for the Murmur, I think I cheesed that by using that. Not the first time. I think I did it legit the first time, but afterwards I was able to, like, just do that. Okay, let's see. Let's see where we're at on kills. 999098. You know, I could do it. I could do it. Let's do it. Okay. I can do it. This'll be fine. Let me fix this build though, because I basically just broke my build to run that. I think we'll just make Warcry our first option here. Oh, that is correct. There we go. Might as well top off my helmet. Oh, sure. Sure. Switch with primary or secondary I like. Let's see. What do I have favorited? Shosha Prime, also known as Soma Prime. That's a good one. AX52 is pretty fun. Not great though. Dread. I have a pretty spicy build on a Dread. It's a primary acuity, stupid high crit chance, with a Riven that does things. Blast, Unseen Dread. Pretty cool. Don't really use it that much though. Shore Torrid. Strun. I've used Nadaruk in the past pretty heavily. Deku for its amalgam mod. Secondary wise, let's unequip this because that's how I do. Grimoire, Vesper, Kunai. Your Kuva Nukor, also known as Photon Yeet Cannon. Ignore the name on this. But that's a Tenet Plinks. That's a lot of fun. I think that's it. Right. I have reverted my build. We need to get less than 1,000 kills. I should probably grab these. All Kuva. Maybe I can roll buy another Nikana Riven and start rolling it like I intended to originally. So we're gonna get to see if we can get to 999999. Go full Herman Cain on this. That's an old reference. Yeah, Soma's a lot of fun.
And you may yet avoid it.
Big old machine gun, just go burr.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke them out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
So I think I do one mission, get it close, and then start modulating it. And then I can quit Excalibur forever. Just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Just leave it at 999. Make people think you can't go above 1,000,000 kills. No, I at least want a screenshot of it. I think that'd be funny if I can do it. I might not be cool enough to get that close. It's gonna be pretty easy to milk that up to high value here. This is just dumb. It's so balanced, so good.
Life support on the way.
It's a great controller build. Oh, until you do that. And you forget to proc poise. Because you're not running Prime Sure-Footed. Because Unaru is supposed to solve that problem. Unless you're bad like me. And forget to proc it. Which is literally is just doing that. You can do that every 10 seconds and be fine.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
No. My combo. I messed it up. Bang. Big damn. Yeah, see the armor strip? I actually don't know really what procs it. It's just when you cast it, it lasts for so long. It's not like a listed effect. Kind of annoying, but it's nice. Not necessary feature. Unaru already has armor strip, but see now it's gone. So it seems to only last like 30 seconds, whatever that is. And I'm just maintaining that 300% buff here by slamming once every 20 seconds or so. And you can keep the buff up for 2+ minutes. And this is the buff I'm talking about right here. From your arcane.
Additional life support has arrived.
Just to show you can... I show this in my video, but I just like straight up AFK for a while. And even with the companion down, it's still doing a little bit of damage, but ideally your companion has a bunch of little procs up. And the quills will actually keep healing enemy, or keep healing you even when it's down. Not gonna take no risks. Want my steel essence. Not gonna risk that. Kill him as operator. What about Tennokai on the Exalted all about? Like the Tennokai I use, or... So like, the cool thing about Exalted Blade with Tennokai is it'll proc off the waves. It's like, I think the only thing that does that. So you can be full range with Exalted Blade, like right there. I don't have melee range on enemies. And then when you actually throw a heavy attack, it has a wave. But the wave doesn't scale off combo counter. It doesn't scale off of Chromatic Blade. It doesn't do that much damage. It's better than nothing, though. It's better than no heavy attack wave. So thanks, D. When they added, I was not expecting that as a part of the Exalted Blade rework. So I think I milked this to 800. And that'll put me within like 100.
Operative is making progress. This will help our cause. Extraction is available if you need it.
Oh, look at this. Isn't that a funny bug? I just reset that. I don't know what I did there. I could probably look at the recording again, but I did something with my positioning that caused it to do that. I think I went out of bounds, and then it reset my Tennokai, or my Power and Strike cast. See, I think the 600 is what I'll actually get credit for, so I might be like 300 off from 1,000,000. Yeah, I fell into the pit because I did have forward momentum when I did it. So I think you're right on that. All right, we're going to reset this. We're going to do it. We're going to see if we can get to a whole value here. And not overshoot it.
You are a blade. You exist to strike. You strike to win. The lesson ends.
Furious Riven. Yeah, I've had a few Furious Rivens over the years. Definitely a solid Riven because the dispo's super high on it, so you can get like heat and multi-shot on it. I don't really know what people are running on it now. Maybe if you're in like heat crit damage, multi-shot is probably the best for it, and then you run Enervate. That would be my suspicion. Oh, look at that. 237. So we got to be a little surgical here. I'm going to go into a capture mission. Do not exceed 237. Yeah, whether I wouldn't doubt if there's a lot of Excalibur players here. I don't know why.
Underestimate them.
I think it's a coincidence. But there might be a higher than normal amount of Excalibur names in this stream right now. Hey.
Target located. Bring them in. We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Oh, no, that was a bad idea. Mistakes were made. It's okay. Nothing that my absolute death machine of a ant can't solve.
Our target is dying. Hurry. Complete the capture before they expire. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. You are surrounded by Premier Marines.
Do some Kuva while we do this. A little bit. A little bit of Kuva goes a long way. Only takes one roll. Let's see, anything useful? I do have... There's a Lich that I have that I wouldn't doubt if someone wants. That involves a Kuva shield egg that I've hung on to for a very long time. Just FYI, when you pro-gen something with Excalibur Prime, it is noticeable. Just like it is with any other Prime.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
And if you get a high percentage one with an ephemera, might be worth something. Yeah, I did use the Kuva shield egg myself quite a bit. It was a lot of fun. I'm trying to think of the timeline for that, of whether I did Kuva shield egg or if I did Paracesis first, that I played for a very long time. It's probably whichever one came out first is which one I used.
Of clarity and purpose.
But yeah, Kuva shielding. Does you think back in that time, being able to get the extra 60% on any melee weapon, and then also the the 40 capacity was really good. Probably my most formed melee weapon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how much most is considered for you. I think my most polarized melee weapon is technically Exalted Blade, because I've got 33 on that, but this I never have to polarize again. Full Omni with one Umbral, and it's solved. And then same thing with like Dual Liquor. I've got 24 in Dual Liquor, and this guy never have to polarize this again. It's full Omni. So it's... And you're never going to run Sacrificial Set on this. It's worthless on it. Okay, where are we at? 140. Okay. Got to get a little bit more surgical now. 140.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
This is probably exhilarating content. The slight creep to a million... Or to 99999, hopefully. If I'm good enough.
We have found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
Alright, not screw that up this time.
Excellent.
Yeah, if you can do like a 5 batch at a time, that'd be kind of nice.
Is done here.
I feel like I've had that thought before too. Like giving us a blueprint for 5 Forma. Or giving us like an option for 5 Forma at a time. Because I have the daily login of claiming your Forma blueprint. And then, yeah. We gotta get to 140, or less than 140. One thing I don't keep a Lich because I get this Kuva, and that Kuva doesn't add up very much, but it's better than no Kuva if you just had a Lich sitting there. So unless I have a reason to get a Lich, I just don't. Also, if you happen to need to do something specific and you have a Lich, that's a good delay until you can actually do the thing you are hoping to be able to do. That 1 million Forma? Oh, that's ridiculous. Hey, I'll respect the meme. I'll respect the meme value of that. I say that because I am literally doing a meme right here for something far less significant. Which I probably should have gotten a long time ago, but... You know. I didn't use Exalted Blade very much. Let's see, do I have this yet? I do not. That's what I get for not doing Octavia stuff, I guess. I didn't scan those things for years. I only recently started scanning them. I think I should probably complete a bunch of this nonsense in this game. Just to have it done. Alright. We're gonna be like 30 some away. So I have to be very careful now. Like 30. Yeah, but think too, you could also... People that spam like Plague Star. That's still insane. Like, I wouldn't even think that 1 million. Like, you think doing 1 million leveling of ESO, you think that's still 3 million hour or 3 million minutes. Like 3 million minutes for that. So divide it by 60. That's 50,000 hours apparently in mission. I kind of don't believe that. Because you think it would probably take you about 3 minutes to power level something. Even if it took you 1 minute, you're talking about 1 minute. We're talking about 1 minute per forma leveling. That's still 16,000 hours. So that's... Wow, I just messed that up. 60 divided by 24. 700, basically 700 days just doing that. That's like over 2 years. That's like almost 2 years that you would be playing just polarizing him constantly nonstop. If it took you even a minute per level 30 to do it, that doesn't seem realistic. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, we gotta get 41 more. I can do that. Oh boy. This is where things get... Yeah. Well, I even think... I saw the guy in Reddit had like 27,000 hours. Yeah, that's... I don't know. That's probably a lot of AFKing, let's be honest here. That's a little ridiculous. Probably a lot of AFKing in planes. Converting electricity to playtime.
Target located. Bring them in.
So I just got a bunch of kills that weren't with Exalta Blade.
Indicate our target is in the vicinity.
So I'm probably only at like
Mission complete.
4 kills right now.
Escort it to the extraction point.
Maybe 5 kills. This is how I lose.
Subject found. Moderate chrome rot.
All right.
Initiating reclamation.
41. Minus like 5 from this mission. We're gonna do it. Probably not. I'm probably gonna mess it up. What are you gonna give me? Conqueror? Cool. Alright. Oh no. They died. Alright, we're gonna see. Oh no. I might get to exactly 1 million right here. Oh no. I might be over by 1 or 2. I could abort. Let's abort. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Let's see if that actually saves. I actually don't know if that saves. If you abort a mission. Exalta Blade going to ham. I got 5 more. Oh. Okay. How do I do this? Does your operator infinite ammo work for level cap? Yeah. You can actually find a mission. I do have a gameplay uploaded of me going to level cap with my standard sort of amp build. Oh no. I should probably just switch to my, because I think we can abort. That's a way of being unkillable. Yeah, if you just swap between Unaru and your operator, or Unaru and your Warframe, then you can be basically unkillable. Okay, so I still need 5 more. I should probably just not use, like, thinking about it. I shouldn't be using influence for this. Like, I can't control how many things influence kills with that build. So I just need to... We're gonna put on Nourish. Alright, 4. Let me check again. We gotta get 5 kills to get to 99999.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for
Gives me a challenge. My tired brain reading no spacebar is a nice challenge, okay? Okay, so I think that's only 1 kill. Because my companion got the other kill. Companion kills count. Okay. I think that was 4. Peak Warframe gameplay right here. Right. That was only 2. Okay, so we got 3. Should probably just unequip my companion just to be safe. But, copying space doesn't work. Oh no.
underestimate them.
It's okay. You can do. Alright, so that's definitely 1. Alright, that might be 3. What am I even doing? I guess you'll see. You will see what I'm doing about this space. Oh no, we got 1 more. 1 more kill. Oh, good job. Look at you. Got some troubleshooting happening in the chat.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
Alright, that was not from Excalibur. Okay, I think that killed him with a slash. Okay. Okay. Did we do it? Look at all these missions I'm failing. I'm so bad at the game. There it is! Alright, screenshot time. Or I'll hover over that. Save this in the Discord. In the clan Discord. There you go. I have the kills. 69, 69, yeah. 69.6. And then, yeah. Get 3 more assists, 5 more assists. All right, now we're going to go get 1 kill. We're going to turn that into exactly 1 million. Is there any other Warframe I use? I sometimes play Dante. I sometimes play Calervo. Sometimes Inaros. I have a couple build videos on a couple. I don't really play Garuda. Okay. I think that was it. I think that's all I needed. I'm doing both. Next up, the lower at the 67. Oh no, I'm too old for that meme. Okay, I won't do that meme. The meme number. There we go. Make a little collage with that. 1 million. Exactly 1 million. Because why not? Doesn't matter. But why not? There you go. Nice, round, beautiful number. So beautiful. I think that's probably the time where I go to bed. After that peak accomplishment for the week. To immediately ruin it in the morning. Let's look at that. Let's look at that a little bit more. Yep. Well, I hope you guys had fun, learned some things. We can now never play them again. I should just do that. Maybe I just switch to Umbra for a bit now. I'm playing a build that works on Umbra anyways. So I might as well just play it. Triple Umbral Persistence. Yeah, why not? Who cares? So I don't need double armor on this, though. Oh, the breakdown on most killed faction? I think it's Grenier. Let me look, though. Let me make sure the math on this works. Yeah, okay. That'll get to 1,400. I can just run this one. It really doesn't need to have Vicious Bond. Alright. 'Tis what we shall use for the foreseeable future. We'll even run incognito mode. This is incognito mode for me. Arthur. There, no one will know. No one will ever know. Oh, you fell asleep. Oh, so yeah, being host, clearly I think it's pretty obvious when you're the host, you don't run into problems with persistence. It's when you're not the host and the damage is high enough, it probably like overflows. Boom. That's my suspicion. Here I can downgrade myself. There you go. Downgrade my founder status down to. People be like, oh no, he's playing Excalibur. He's only a discipline founder. There you go. Okay. Oh, I can do this. Lastly, before. Do I have an Akana ribbon to roll? It's worth rolling? I guess I could roll this one. This one's kind of worthless. It's literally worse than Gladiator Might. Oh, that's even worse.
The balance of power continues to shift. Navigation is marked with new invasions.
That was almost good. Anytime I see an Excalibur, I can hide however I want. I will be a measly discipline founder. The unfortunate founders who didn't really get anything. Now they got a cool title, though. Oh, that's not terrible. You know what? We'll take that. That's not terrible. Better than that other one. No, we did not get our... I'll probably roll my Sunday Kuva into this one and then see if I can get that Corrupt Charge Giga Riven and get the 30 initial combo I need from it. But yeah, so I think that's a good jumping off point. I will be playing Incognito Excalibur. Heavy Nikanas. Run a Zaw instead. Run the standard heavy attack Nikana Zaw. That would be my recommendation. Nah, Discipline is the lowest rank. Might as well at least change that back. So yeah, you got all the lower tiers. And so in this case, like, I got that one and I've got this one. But yeah, I think Hunter probably sounds cooler than Master and Grandmaster too. Master Founder versus Hunter Founder. Hunter's kind of cool. But won't run full incognito. They got badges, attachment, sigil. They got this. They got their profile badge. They got some platinum. That's about it. I don't even think they got the wow. This shows how tired I am. Yeah, I don't even think they got one of these. Yeah, I don't even think they got one of these. Or maybe you only got this for your tier? I don't know. That's a good question, though. Yeah, we will proceed to play Umbra for a little bit and hide from everyone. Check. Yeah. Either returning players, I really hope they're not like bot accounts or some of that nonsense. I don't even know if that really even happens nowadays. I don't really see too much concern on it. If they get banned for that, go for it. But I see a lot of founders now that are low MR. I kind of get suspicious, but I really don't care at this point. Yeah. Excalibur. Yeah. I've seen, I think, a 14 or 15 just the other day. There's like clearly someone returning just based on their history or whatever. Because I don't know. I feel like I don't really speculate on it, to be honest. On like if a account is bought or whatever that nonsense is. I don't care. Yes, Emos killed Grenier. So yeah, I am about to pass out, so I'm definitely quite tired. And I hope you guys had fun, and I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow at all. We'll see. Depending on how things go. But maybe a video or two. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for joining in. Thanks for coming.